Did you say we do have a quorum?
You do.
All right, so
Yes.
Diane. Hello, Diane.
Hello,
We have Val.
Hi.
Hi, Val.
Oh, there's John. Okay.
Okay, and so
John.
John's on?
He is almost on.
Okay. I'm still writing some names down.
Let me just unmute him.
Right, that would be good. Okay, so John, hopefully.
John, can you hear us?
And we're starting.
So just to make sure here, I have regular members, Diane, Val, and John, staff, Kathy and Holly. Anybody else on with us at the moment? It appears
For board members, no.
No. Okay, so we can get started.
Yes.
All right. All right, I'm calling this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission to order. Before we get started, there's a few things that I'd like to read about our remotely conducted meeting this evening. So as a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl. I'm the chairman of the HDC, Nantucket Historic District Commission, and permit me to confirm that all the members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. So members, when I call your names, can you please just say aye? Diane Coombs.
aye.
Thank you. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Great. John McLaughlin.
Aye.
Thank you, John. Okay, and now members of the staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Here.
Thank you. Holly Backus.
Present.
Thank you very much. And the anticipated speakers, we will identify as they come on out of the waiting area there. So good afternoon. This is an open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of COVID-19. In order to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19, we've been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings. And as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with the agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law, and this meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting of the HDC, Historic District Commission, we're convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that the meeting is being recorded and that attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you. And take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided to the members of this body are also available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. So we're now turning for the first item on the agenda, but before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. Finally, each vote, as we all know, in this meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. Thanks very much. And so now we're going to, first order of business is for me to request, by the way, Kathy, is the agenda okay as drafted?
Yes, I amended it yesterday morning, so I sent you a copy. So
yeah, okay. Hopefully I'm looking at the correct one.
Yes.
Why don't you print another one?
Why another one?
Well, because I got that from Candy, I'm not sure how accurate it is.
Me print another one? I'm actually on right
Oh,
now.
I thought you could do it from your.
Mr. Chair, it should say that it was posted at 2:12 this afternoon on the top.
No, that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at June 19th, 1:43 PM. So I don't have an agenda right now.
I will send it to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so first order of business, are we approving the agenda that I'm not looking at? Can somebody give me a motion to approve that agenda? Diane, you're muted at the moment. I'm going to unmute you, dear.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. All those in favor of Val's motion to approve tonight's agenda? Diane, are you on?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Chair in favor, motion carries. Okay, very good. Now,
Hello.
Hi, Abs.
oh, Abby's on. Okay, great. Hi, Abby.
Hi.
We just
And-
got
and-
going. We haven't covered anything yet other than approving the agenda. So, and I'm still waiting for Lisa.
Here
Are
it
we
comes.
printing an agenda back there?
So,
Lisa? Yes.
Mr. Chair, Jesse has arrived, as well.
Okay, hello, Jesse.
and I just sent you the agenda.
All right, let's see here. Oh, 6 pages. It's really only 3, right?
It should say for,
I don't like printing all the boilerplate stuff from Charlie Baker.
Right, it's only
Waste
3
of paper.
pages.
yeah, it's only,
3
yeah,
pages. Okay, there we go.
you should have 17 consents.
Okay, so as we who are participating in this right now all know, public comment is being taken via email. And we're having Holly and Kathy monitor that. So if there's any, is there any public comment that we should enter in at this time? That either of you know of? Thank you.
There's nothing from public comment on YouTube. Just Terry says hi to everybody.
Yeah.
That's always very welcome. Thank you, Terry. Okay, so if there is any further public comment, let me know and we can get back to it. But now let's turn our attention to the consent agenda. I need to recuse from this.
As do I.
Val needs to recuse. Anybody else need to recuse? So Diane,
Have to go pick up the masterpiece.
She's muted.
Okay.
is Diane there?
Yeah.
She's muted now, has to unmute.
I mean.
So Diane, I think you're unmuted now.
Yes.
So can you chair the consent agenda?
Yep.
And your members will be Abby, John, Jesse Dutra,
And
and
Val.
yourself.
Oh, Val can't do it.
Right.
Val and I can't do it, no.
All right. So, we have 1 through 17. Does anybody have any question?
Yes, one question.
Okay, Johnny.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. She said 1 through 17. And I got 16. Was one transferred, right?
Through you, Mrs. Chair, John, I said to you yesterday, I was amending the agenda and I,
Yes.
Yep.
yeah,
Yes.
so and I sent it to you, so you probably just didn't print it.
Thank you.
So we moved 15 Beach Street up to consent.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I got that. That's number 17.
Mhm.
So, can I have a motion to approve 1 through 17 with the sitting members?
So moved, Madam Chair.
All right, Abby, thank you. What about you, Jesse?
Jesse,
Jesse?
He may be muted. No, he's unmuted. Jesse,
Yes,
the motion is to approve consent. Are you in?
yes. Sorry, I can't hear too well.
Okay.
Yes,
Sorry, Diane. There you go. Jesse's in.
All right. Thank you. Abby,
Yeah, yes, aye.
all right. Johnny,
Yes,
yes. And me also is yes.
All right.
So that is all the way down have been approved, 1 through 17.
Very good. Thank you, Diane.
So the next, okay,
We have a couple of consents with conditions. So the board in this case is going to be John, Val, Diane, Abby, and myself. In other words, the regular board. Can I have a motion from somebody on the consents if there are no questions?
Motion
Motion.
to approve consents with conditions.
Very good. Val, are you in favor of Valley's motion?
I am. Aye.
Thank you. John,
aye.
very good. Diane,
aye,
thank you. Abby, you in favor of your own motion?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. A chair's in favor, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we are on to our many signs. And what do we have to, Kathy, can you walk us through these?
Yes, so numbers 1 through 3 were held for, sorry, excuse me, 1 through 3 were approved with comments.
Oh, great.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Motion
re-
to approve for sign advisory 1 through 3.
Thank you. And just for the record, this is all of our regular members. Okay, so Abby has made a motion to approve 1 through 3. I'm sorry, was that per sign advisory?
Yes,
Yes,
Okay. Okay, so Val,
Aye.
thank you. John?
I had a question. 1 through 3 is being sent back to the advisory?
No, it's being approved with the advisory comments.
Oh, so 1 through 3.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you in favor of that motion, John?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Abby?
aye.
Okay, Diane?
aye,
Great. Chair in favor. Okay, so 1 through 3 are approved. How about the
And-
rest there?
number 4 was a straight approval.
Okay,
Oh, motion to approve.
okay. So number 4 is approved straight up. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
aye,
Val?
Aye.
John?
just right here, we're just doing number 4.
Just doing number 4 at the moment.
Thank you. Aye.
Aye, okay, chair in favor, okay, that carries. Okay, now we have Historical Association.
Right, so numbers 5 through 15 were held for representation.
Okay, can I have a motion to that effect?
make
I'll
a
make
motion,
a motion
hold.
to hold, was it 5 through?
Abby, Diane beat you to the
Oh,
punch.
okay, all right, sorry. I couldn't hear.
Sorry. She
5
got-
through-
she got the words out first.
But
Okay,
that
so
is here.
Diane's motion, just so that we have it for the record, is to hold for representation. So, Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
thank you. John?
We're holding 5 through 15.
5 through 15 are being held for representation. You in
Thank
favor
you.
of that motion?
Aye.
Okay, great. And Diane?
aye,
Okay, chair in favor, motion carries. How about 16?
16 was held for revisions.
Okay. Somebody?
I make a motion to hold for revisions.
Very
Number
good.
16.
All right, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
That's the last 3?
No, this is just 16. We
There's
got-
16. Okay, thank you.
All right, you're in favor?
Yes,
Okay, chairs, sorry, Diane, just, I'm assuming you're in favor of your motion.
Aye,
Okay, and chairs in favor, motion carries. How about the other 2?
The other 2 were held, oh, sorry, I keep saying held, were approved with signed advisory comments.
Oh, great. Motion to approve then. 6,
Well,
17 and
approved with signed
18.
advisory. Right, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, so Abby's motion is to approve the last 2 as per sign advisory comments. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Val?
Aye.
John?
Yeah, my question, we swim across America.
Yes?
What does that relate to?
What does it
Um,
relate to?
That relates to their their fundraising efforts, because during the pandemic, they're doing a virtual fundraiser, so they want to know how, they want to let the town know how everybody's doing, because all the money stays here on the island for cancer.
Good.
Yeah.
You in favor of the
Yeah,
motion,
right
John?
there.
Hey, John? John,
Yes,
are you in favor of the motion?
aye.
Okay. Let's see, I didn't get whoever, Abby, you made the motion, right?
Yes,
And you're in favor of your motion?
I am.
Okay, great. Chair in favor. Okay, so that does it for our signs, and now we move directly on to new business, first item of which I need to recuse from. So Diane, would you mind sharing this one for me?
Nope. Gotcha.
Thank
Is
you.
Lisa there?
Lisa is getting on her computer in the other room so that we don't get any feedback. If we're both on computers in the same room, you all of a sudden you start hearing some noises, but she'll be on momentarily.
All righty.
I think she might be. Oh, well, BPC, we'll let those guys in.
Okay, I'm here.
There she is.
Okay, Lisa, are you ready?
I am.
All right, why don't you tell us what you're doing out there?
So this is 19 North Pasture Lane, I think it is. And it's a house that we did a renovation 2 years ago. It's been owned by new people. It's pretty far off the road down a fairly long driveway, and they wanted to add if you look at the locus, you can see they wanted to enlarge their front porch. And it is a curved porch. So you can see it, I don't know if you can't see my cursor, but it's right there. There's should be further architectural drawings, I believe. So right now you can just see it's just a straight across porch. It doesn't stick out quite as far. So the look from the exterior isn't at all different. The only thing is that this does have a slight curve to it. It is a bit deeper. But given the location and how it's set back from North Pasture Lane down a driveway, hopefully people were able to view it to see that the visibility is very limited.
Right, from a distance, it looks like the same.
Yeah, exactly. You really can't tell.
Yeah.
And you don't see it from the side. You really can't see it from the side because of the vegetation.
Right. So Abby, have you got any?
Yeah, could we
Questions?
scroll back to the site plan, please? So Lisa, so you enter the driveway on that far left, is that correct?
Yeah, the far left.
Okay, and then where you're putting the deck and stairs is
Yeah, exactly. Right where Holly has
right
her.
there, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to see something circular.
Oh, I'll remember that.
Everything seems to be so squared off these days. So there's deck, a porch, and added stairs.
Yeah, those are in the back.
Okay, all right.
I think.
Yeah, so
I
they're
think
in the
it
back,
shows-
so we don't see them.
Yeah, I think it shows on one of the drawings, there were some stairs added off the back.
Yeah, I'm fine with this, Diane, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse,
Looks good to me. Thank you.
all right. Val,
A-okay. Aye.
and John,
Yes, what was the motion?
to approve, well, we haven't made a motion yet. We just wanted if you had any comments to make before we make a motion.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yes.
A motion to approve.
All righty, thank you, Val. Jesse, are you a yes? Where'd he go? He can't hear me. He said yes once. Val,
Can't hear very well, Diane.
no, I know. All right, John,
Yes.
me, and I. So that is everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
Unanimous.
Hopefully I'll see you later.
A not
I
no.
hope, and it's not like at midnight.
Well, I have a class from 9:30 to 9, so, or 7:30 to 9, so if it's not before 7:30, you won't be seeing me.
Ah.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a good
Uh,
time.
So next order of business is 2 White Street, BPC. Do we have somebody on the dock for BPC?
Yes.
Okay, hello, Joe.
Hello, Ray. Hello, everybody.
How you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Good. So Joe, you have your regular board all together. So we are looking at an addition, it seems.
Yeah, if you go to it's an existing cape that is accessed off of
Joe,
White.
give us a second and we're going to get, I think Holly is going to get your drawings up on the screen for us all to look at.
Okay.
Hey, Kathy.
Yes.
You're probably muted. Is Holly in fact getting the, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I see. Okay, great. All right.
So this,
Okay. We have your application.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's an existing cape accessed off of Lover's Lane. White Street is a street off of Lover's Lane. And the lot is, or the house, I should say, is heavily screened from both Lover's Lane and White Street, which is in the top right corner. And what we've done is,
Hey, Joe, I'm sorry.
sure.
Am I the only one who's not seeing Holly's stuff anymore and I'm looking at Joe? Am I the only one?
No, we can
I'm
see the
okay.
site plan.
I got it now. Sorry, I pushed a button that I shouldn't have. Okay, sorry, Joe.
That's okay.
All right, go.
Um,
Continue.
So it's a relatively small cape. It's under 800 square feet.
Mhm.
And we're essentially doubling the footprint of this cape. And what we did was we took the single story eaves of the cape, and the addition is actually a 2-story addition. You can see the comparison here. And we've taken the existing front door and have made that a window. And we've turned the existing cape mass into the secondary mass. The addition houses kitchen, living, dining, and a master bedroom upstairs. And they're connected to the existing cape by this link that you see in between the 2 structures. And the integrity of the existing roof lines of the cape, including the shed dormer on the backside, are all intact. And we just did a simple gable mass that's being added off to the left-hand side of that structure. The trim is existing, is all natural. It's staying all natural. The windows, I think, are a sand tone because that's the existing windows,
Mhm.
matching the existing asphalt roof on this. And I don't know if you guys went out and viewed it, but you can't, if you scroll up one more elevation, there you go. That's the one, that elevation will be facing Lover's Lane, but it's screened with heavy vegetation. That's the elevation that changes the most, probably.
Mhm.
Again, that existing cape is hidden behind all that. And that's, I mean, that's it. The photographs are at the end of this package if you want to take a glance at those. I mean, this is it at quarter scale.
Hey, Joe,
Yeah,
I have a question right off the bat.
sure.
So the existing cape appears to have a 12 and 12 roof pitch.
Yeah, it's on the steeper side, yes.
well, it's kind of charming. And then I'm just wondering why it looks like you have what, a 9 and 12 on the new building?
Right.
Were you just concerned that it was getting too tall or something?
It just seemed a little bit steep for its width. And you can't ever see the two pitches
Hmm,
at the same time. So I didn't follow it. I didn't feel like I needed to follow it.
all right, fair enough.
And I wasn't trying to formalize the cottage either. That's why the front door, the porch is relatively discreet. Before we just had a front door right on the plane of the existing cape. There was no real entry sequence. That's the back of the cape.
Yeah,
If you scroll down, you'll see the existing front. I
so
believe.
your
Yeah.
your palette, your natural trim and your I don't know what color those sash are, but
I think they're sand tone.
and
Well, the sash actually is white, but the storms that are around them are
tone.
sand tone.
Right.
I'd have to look at the application to see what it is, but the trim color and the roof color is all staying as is to match existing.
Okay, all right. Do you have any photographs of the vegetation that's going to block that one view, the new side of the two-story gable from Lover's Lane?
Not in this package. You might want to go out and look at it.
So, Holly, if you can hear me, could you perhaps scroll back down to the site plan now that we've seen everything? I saw Lover's Lane in the upper right-hand corner of that site plan. And then I'll open it up to the board for comments.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, sir, John.
Yes, I had, when you first put it on, it showed 6 drawings. And it's still very difficult to read them because I've only got a 19-inch
Yeah,
screen and I can't see the measurements. I can't see anything that's on here.
so John,
Yes.
if there's something that you want to look at specifically, all you need to do is have Holly go to that page. If you want to see the north elevation, for example, and you want to see it bigger, she'll go to the north elevation and she'll blow it up for you so you can see it at a larger scale.
Just let me know.
Okay. All right. Hold it right there. Hold. Where it says existing on the top left,
Yes?
I can't see the other 3 supposedly supposed to be there. Three drawings. Because on the right side there's all the commission members.
Oh, well, yeah, that's what I was trying to get rid of, but I when I did it, I lost the screen. So Holly, John, oh, you get it. There you go. See, Holly just moved everything over so that the commissioners aren't blocking it anymore, John.
Okay, right, where it says, we'll say, hold it there, west elevation, okay?
Okay, west elevation, got it. Yeah.
It's very difficult to see that they're all like 6/6 windows and stuff, but you can't see them all at once to compare them. You got to go through 4 different turns to look at it.
Yeah, well, listen, nobody really loves this whole Zoom thing, but it's what we have to go with right now. So
And ironically, the issue is the zoom.
is
Yeah.
what?
The issue is Zoom. The zooming in of the drawings
Right.
and not
Yeah,
being
yeah.
able to see the context.
Yeah, right. But John's also talking about just being able to see everything on one sheet, which of course at a scale like this is impossible on a computer screen.
Right.
The only thing I'm trying to hold up, I don't have the time right now, is
The existing windows, John, are double hungs and they're 6/6s and they're all matching the existing window configuration.
yeah, right. Okay, right now it's not one personal item. I'm just saying that it's hard for me to I'm trying to get it right. If the applications, I used to be able to get them on the computer here. And if I wanted to look at something, I could bring the 4 sides out one at a time, maybe. You know, what I'm trying to avoid is going in Mondays, every Monday, and looking at applications,
Yeah.
you know, because we see them here anywhere. But maybe it's my small screen. I don't know.
I know. Well, it's not easy. Here, John, why don't I ask some of the other board members so that we're going to move back and forth over these elevations and plans, and maybe you'll get a better sense of it if we just talk about it a little bit more. So let's see. Abby, are you ready?
Yeah, I mean, I think given the site plan and where it is on Lover's Lane, I don't think this is going to have a big impact on the lane itself. So, you know, working on little details like maybe the second story of the new addition, that's pulling those windows apart a little bit, you know, I don't know if it's worth it, but
Well, actually, it's a good call. Yeah.
the 2A windows.
Yep.
And I would love it if we could take that front shed roof and pull it around somehow to go into that porch, but that doesn't really work. So I'm just going to keep my things minimal. I think it's fine. I would just do that minor change. Thank
Pulling
you.
the 2 windows apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Maybe
Val?
even center it over that window right there on the
heat
first floor.
window down below. Yeah. Well, why don't we stay on that for a second? Joe, does that look like something that you could accomplish?
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea.
I
Yeah.
want him credit for that, but Abby gets it. So Val, are you ready?
I am, and
Okay.
just as a helpful hint, we might show John for the next meeting that you can look at these over the weekend at your leisure, one at a time from the links that we get. So ahead of time, you have time to digest them.
Yes. Yes.
I think this is perfectly appropriate. I don't have any problems with it.
Okay. And I can't imagine you would have an issue with the comment that Abby made.
No,
Okay.
that was a good idea.
All right, great. Diane?
Hi, I agree with Abby, and I would like to ask Joe why he took the chimney out.
I knew that was going to come up.
Yeah. Well, the answer relates to the interior. It's a wood stove and the chimney's somewhat rickety, and they're planning on removing it. And in a historic house, I would have proposed to the client that they keep the chimney, but in this particular case, I've presented it to be removed. I mean, I like chimneys, but in this context, it's suggested to be removed.
Okay.
Okay, well, it was the building, which I've known for years, is very cute. And I think you've done a very good addition to it, and without making it look huge. So I have no problems, except I do agree with Abby about moving those windows.
Okay. John, have you had any more? Do you want?
Yeah, I have one comment to the east elevation and the next one down,
Elevation. Okay. Let's go to the east.
right there.
There we are. There's the east elevation.
Yeah, I'll go back one more, south elevation, I guess, is there.
Okay. South. Yep.
Okay, on the right side,
Mhm.
that's all beclouded over where there's work being done. I cannot measure that deck up there. It's 1 foot on one side. There's only 112 inches overhang beyond this, the railing. So my question is, if I wanted to know what that length is, I'm going to have to ask somebody.
Well, in this particular case, John, I think we can trust Joe who drew these drawings up to tell us how deep that deck is. Joseph?
You can
Yeah.
definitely trust me. I'm actually let me open up the CAD file to tell you exactly what it is.
That would-
If John is suggesting or concerned that it might be greater than 8 feet of depth,
That's exactly what he's suggesting.
Right.
well, John, your concern is justified. It's drawn as 10 feet deep.
No, okay, to be clear, Joe, is that the second floor deck or is that the first floor deck?
The second floor is 10 feet deep, yes.
Okay, so did you hear that, John?
Yes, you should back it up to 8 feet.
What do you
That's
think,
our
Joseph?
in a policy.
No problem.
Okay,
Hey,
John?
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I have a picture from the real estate website looking from it with a drone that will show you the visibility, which is virtually nothing.
Of that deck.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If you want me to share it.
That's
Uh,
why I stretched the rule.
Right. So, hey, John.
Yes,
So two things. One is the deck is drawn is 10 feet. Joe is willing to make it 8 feet, but Val has said that she looked at a drone photograph of this that proves that that back deck will not be visible from a public way. So do you still have your concern is my question.
my question is if as a commissioner, if I wanted to view it, it's gotta be held up because of one person, me. You know, that's what I'm saying, you know. If
Yeah.
the-
I don't mind making it 8 feet. I don't think it's going to impact how the client's going to use it. And I could see where it would look nice on the entry elevation. So it's not an upside down house where the living space is primary on the second floor. I think the 8 feet's
So-
fine.
I appreciate that because then I think we can approve this. And that doesn't mean that you can't come back at some later date and say, look, let's investigate the visibility. Hopefully by that point, we'll be off Zoom sessions and we'll be sitting out at a table. We'll see.
Yeah.
But so listen, we have two things that I think if somebody would care to make a motion, we have two modifications that we're contemplating making on this. And that is that the second floor windows on the front elevation, which was which one was that, Joe?
That's
Where
the north.
Okay, the two second floor windows in the new gable on the north would be spread out such that the one on the left-hand side would line up with the B window beneath it. And the second is to pull back the deck on what elevation is that?
South.
South.
Actually,
Pull back that second floor deck so that it only extends 8 feet off the wall plane. That would
Yes.
be, yes, Joe?
I'm sorry. I was looking at the south. You can see the side of it. It's actually facing east.
Okay, deck facing east. That's the one we're talking about pulling back 2 feet to be no more than 8 feet off of the face of the wall. So would somebody care to make that motion for me?
that's my motion.
All right, thank you, Abby. All right, I'm going to poll the board as to Abby's motion. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Very good. And Abby, you're in favor of your motion?
Aye.
Very good. And chair's in favor. Motion carries. Thank you very much for working with us, Joe.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good
I'll
night.
see you later. Okay, now we're on to item number 3, which is 58 Walsh Street. Do we have Sana on board? There she is.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank
Good.
you.
Okay. Sana, if you don't know this already, you have the regular board here.
Yep.
And now Holly has your information up. Right now, we're looking at the site plan.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I do have staff comments.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. And again, Holly, just chime in. All right.
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah.
So of course, this is a vacant lot, approximately 5,227 square feet, infill within the historic Brant Point.
Mhm.
The plans were difficult, and I understand it has to do with the way we're all viewing them right now. But they're kind of hard to read. That was one of my comments. But the proposed elevated structure seemed to be very tall. Didn't know what the height of the other structures in this area is. The north elevation seemed to be too much fenestration, multiple ganged windows. A west elevation, ganged window didn't seem appropriate. South, triple ganged and single ganged in the gable looks kind of out of place. And then I had a question as far as this is being elevated. So if what that proposed base flood elevation and if there is anything from the surveyor on what FEMA requires in this area. So that's
Yeah.
my comments.
Okay. Thank you very much, Holly. And we'll have to
Yes,
make
sir.
a point of getting documentation. So Sana,
Yeah.
whenever we're dealing with a house that's going in the floodplain, we want to have something from your surveyor that will warrant the that you're in conformance and not in excess with your first floor level of what FEMA is requiring.
Yeah, Paul Santos should have sent something in
Oh, okay.
approximately
Make sure it's in
at
the
least
record.
2 weeks ago.
Okay. Well, probably under separate cover, right? I mean, it didn't come in with your application.
No, it didn't. He was sending it via email from his office.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything more to tell us, Sana, about this? Or
No, we're at the height that we were, a couple of inches above where we have to be for the flood zone. And we kept it to the 30 feet. So
is that what that says? I can't read the height.
yeah,
30
it's 30 foot.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have some photos that will help people see the context if I can share the screen.
That would be really great, Val. Thank you.
Thank you, Val.
Will it show these?
I just saw, oh, there they are.
There it is.
There's the lot and you can see the houses around it. I just think this is good for context.
Absolutely.
I will say if I could make my comments while I'm scrolling through these.
Sure. Yeah, why
The
not?
house itself, I think, is kind of typical to the area. It's the fact that it's elevated and there are no other houses that are elevated yet, or, oh, that was the house next door. So I think that it just seems like a lot of deck with a lot of vertical boards, and I would like to see that aspect somewhat mitigated. That's the house next door, sorry.
Mhm.
But that's all I have for right now.
Okay, but thanks for the
But there
photo.
are large houses like the one right in back of it
Yeah.
here.
Very helpful photos. And I can come back to you, Val, if you have anything else you want to add. So,
I'll stop
Abby,
now so you can,
what's that?
I'll stop the screen share so you.
Yeah, because I think we should get back to the elevations if we can.
Yep.
Abby, are you ready?
Sort of. I'm trying to figure out what to say.
You want me to come back to you?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay, because we also have Diane on board.
I think on this elevation, which is the north elevation, has too many windows. I think that floor group on the left-hand side is too heavy. The front is nothing but windows. And I would like to see the windows reduced down. And if you I'm not sure, just to add, I'm not sure that the type of architecture calls for a roof walk. There's
Right.
only 2 roof walks that I can see in Val's drawings. They're more, they go along more with the type of architecture that draws a roof walk. I think there's 2 over 2. There's nothing that sort of says I'm a classic house, except the friendship stairs. I don't know. I think that the number of windows, I don't know on the elevation, which has got the chimney. I can't see an elevation direction on this. But
The one that you can see right now, Diane?
yeah,
Yeah, the
with
one
the
that you're
3
looking at
mulled
right now.
windows on the bottom right and the 2 mulled above it
Oh, yeah.
on the gable that needs to be wider. I think that the windows need to be worked on. I think the mulled windows on the first floor are not straight or not even, and the windows above it are again not even, and there's too much space between on the sides. The windows should be moved out and taken up some of that space. That's a south elevation. I just found
That is the
big
south
part.
elevation, yes.
So I can't, it's not moving from the south. See the rest of them. Here is the east. The east is, I think, better to me in its window and its presentation. I don't know why the windows are also canted unevenly. Why those 2 on the west underneath the chimney can't be centered in the middle of that gable. That's just a personal problem, I guess.
Mhm.
And so I've seen the south and the east and the west. Do we have the west, Holly?
Yep.
There we go.
Well, it's got the same problem. I think that one of those mulled windows in the little gable could go up to the
Mhm.
2nd floor. You have that. And how many flues are in that chimney?
Which one? The one on the west elevation up on the deck?
Yeah.
Yeah, there'll be an outdoor fireplace as well, so 2 flue.
2 flues on that.
Yeah,
Okay. I don't know. I have no numbers, so I don't know how wide that chimney is. But a flue is usually 8 inches. So that would be 16, just about a little over a foot. I think it would come in a little bit. And you don't have the bottom, you don't have the open fireplace drawn in. Perhaps that would help
okay.
say what it's going to be. That's what I have to say at the moment.
Boy, Diane, thank you very much for those comments. John?
Yes, could you go to the north side, please, Holly? Okay, all right, now, is the north side, that door there, is it 2 panel?
Yeah.
Could it be changed to a regular, different type? There are 3 or 4 different ones you can use other than that type.
Yeah, that's no problem. Is
Okay.
there one that you prefer, John, or?
Yeah, 6 panel or, yeah.
Yeah, that is not a problem.
Right. Keep it there. This is the north elevation. Now, you showed the land, but you didn't use a marker. Show me which lot it was. Could we go back? This is a difficulty I'm running into, you know?
It's very difficult for me to see, John, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, use a
Not you.
color photo. most of the houses in the area.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so blurry. The one I
I know,
Yeah.
there must be something on the computer you can punch on to make it larger, whatever. I'll work on it. We can work on it. Just eats up a lot of time.
Yeah.
To clarify, Mr. Chair, if I may just interject, and it seems that this is the front elevation. Is that correct?
the north elevation faces wall.
Hey, Shauna, I'm just going to
Yeah.
interject. One thing that's missing from these drawings, I think all of these site plan drawings that you have is the roads. They're not identified. So
Okay.
just to label it would give us a much better sense of the orientation of the elevations.
No problem.
Okay, sorry, John, continue.
Yes. Yeah, your colored photo you had of the area, the aerial photo.
That was me.
Yeah, that was Val's.
Do you
Okay.
want it?
Yeah, when it came on, I couldn't see they didn't have time with the neighborhood to see what was next door. I didn't see what lot it was.
Hey, John, I think what Val's going to do is she's going to get her images up. Is that what we're trying to do now? There we go.
Yeah, okay. Now, can you put your arrow on what lot? Right there.
That's it, right there. Yeah.
Which way is the north side of the property?
On the-
Wall Street.
The road.
The
Yeah,
road is the north side, okay. And
correct.
the front door is facing these two garages. Across,
Yeah.
Yes.
okay, I want to compare other houses. Thank you, Holly. I sure I have it. Thank you.
Are you all set, John?
Yes, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, just a few comments. I was looking at the north elevation, and I hate that term cookie cutter, but there's something about this that reminds me that it could be a complex, like a condominium in a complex. There's something about its simplicity that I like, and also is irking me at the same time. So I think those two forward gables, I'd like them to be a little more generous, and I don't know how you do that. Either those trims come down a little bit more, or something to just make them a little bit more generous size. And they have a little rocket ship going on, so maybe someone else can figure out why that's happening.
Well, Abby, I had the same observations, and I think I might be able to.
Have an idea.
Well,
I was thinking that middle connector piece over the front door, I know Diane doesn't like ganged windows, but I'm wondering if all of those couldn't be ganged as sort of like a throwback to like a shingle style, something happening over the front door that's got interest. I think the south elevation, the windows, there's no symmetry to, there's no balance to the windows. So I'd like to see, it's a little bit chaotic. So I'd like to see on the south elevation, some of those windows line up, and there, I'd like to see some, because although this is the back of the house, like John says, you can see it from everywhere. So there are views from the back, like whatever that road is, but it doesn't matter. So I'd like to see some changes. Thank you.
thanks, Abby. So I share a lot of the same concerns, and there's a lot of different ways to describe them. Just sort of right off the bat, the roof walk if it's going to get approved at all, needs to be in conformance with our guidelines, which would be 1/3 of the ridge, which this is clearly not. So that, now, Sauna,
Yeah.
the other thing that sort of Abby was alluding to, and some of the other members were talking kind of about the verticality of these two flanking gables.
Yep.
Leads to this question. If you made the gables somewhat wider, just took the square footage from the middle piece and made the gables wider, well, the ridge would get a little bit taller, but I think that the overall effect would be less vertical because the gables would have a better proportion to them.
Mhm.
Now, the other thing is the amount of vertical board that you're showing. Now, a lot of times our solution to that is to pull the shingled portion further down than it needs to be. Like right now, your shingles are just covering your floor framing.
Sorry, Ray, could we go to the elevation that main, north elevation? when you're
Yeah,
talking?
yeah, right. That's a good one.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so there's all those vertical boards, right? And what we're doing a lot of these days to try and minimize the amount of vertical board that you're looking at is by pulling the shingles further down. Now, that's going to work against what I just said about the widening the mast, because if you pull the shingles further down, again, those gables are going to start feeling very towering and vertical. However, I think somebody mentioned the fact, if we're looking at the north elevation, the gable on the left-hand side is jam-packed with windows and doors, right up to the, almost right up to the corner boards. What we need to get is more space, somewhere so that you just don't feel like you have this wall of glass. And that applies to both of the gables flanking and, arguably to the part in the middle. So are you holding to the 30 feet for zoning reasons?
No, I just didn't want to go above the 30 feet. And so,
I'm going to step out on a limb here and I'm going to say, like, I'd almost rather see you go above the 30 feet so that you could make your gables wider. And I think that the overall effect would be that the building would actually feel less vertical. Even though it's getting taller, it's getting less vertical. The more space between the windows and so forth. And I also question why the middle gable needs to be stepped down lower than the two gables on either side. Why isn't it at the same height?
there was no real reason for that other than just to give a little contrast.
Yeah, okay.
But that's, that can come up.
Right. So here's a question for you too. I'm looking at what I believe are your floor level lines. And in this case, I would need to go back to the south elevation.
What is that tapping noise?
So the south elevation, I'm looking at these A windows and they appear to be like 1 foot off the floor. In other words, they're extremely tall.
Yeah, I can absolutely make them smaller.
Well, okay, and then here's the other question for you. So they look like they're 1 foot off the floor, but then I look at the second floor dashed line, and the distance between the second floor, what I believe is the second floor, and the head of the windows is rather large, meaning, like, why are the windows so low in relation to the second floor?
Yeah, I see that.
So,
Okay.
Why am I
Yeah.
saying that? Because if those windows raised up, let's say that for kicks that there's, they actually are 6'8" because you called it out on the side.
Yeah.
So if they went up to like 7 or 7.5 feet high, then that space in between the first floor windows and the second floor windows would be minimized. And I think that it wouldn't feel so sort of disjointed or something. So there it is. Those are my comments.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
after you, can I make another comment?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Are you done?
Oh, yeah, yeah, no.
Okay, sorry. Sana, I'm almost thinking that maybe the trying to be perfectly symmetrical is working against you in this case. It may behoove the whole design to have a larger gable and maybe a smaller one, you know, so that there's some different levels to it. It doesn't look so condominium-like.
Okay.
To that point, Val.
What's
one of
that?
the pictures- I was going to say, to your point, the point you just made, one of the photographs that you showed was of a very, very large house, you know, right near to this site. And the interesting thing about it was less symmetrical, less formal. And even though it was really big, it felt like it worked with the neighborhood. So
Right.
yes, I'm totally with you on that one.
And I really, I mean, this is one of the things we've been talking about trying to contend with is this, the flood level thing.
Yes.
I would like to see, and this is not just Sana, this is just in general, some other kind of solutions to this masking underneath the building. Is it on pier, Sana?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I was up in the area today looking just so I was familiar, you know, before the meeting, and number 16 down the street, closer to the White Elephant End, just did some beautiful landscaping, and it was a berm. They like bermed up to the house instead of doing like retaining or,
Hey, Val,
yeah,
you want to know something?
you can't berm.
That's a fabulous idea that you can't do because all of this,
They just did.
well, if they did it, it was dissociated from the house. They did it without Concom approval. So sauna is like, you cannot berm up to this house and get Concom approval for that. Like, you can't make
I
great.
don't understand that though. We're not talking about, there was no retaining holding it. It was simply earth and plants, like
Well,
water
listen,
flows through that.
yeah, look, if that really is something that we can do, that would be fantastic. So I hope you're right.
Well, all right. So I guess we need to find out about that, but.
I'll take a look at that, Al, and look into it.
And
Can I ask?
You say something, Diane?
Yeah, I was wondering on that elevation, that south elevation, are those
Yeah.
on the left-hand side, that straight up and down, is that a chimney?
Yes, it is.
That's, well, are there two chimneys there?
Yes.
Yeah, there's one off the living room and one off the den.
Okay, I'd like to see some corbelling. It's,
Yeah. Definitely.
on the chimney that I can see on the south, so it would be also on the north, I guess.
What
Okay.
about we hold for revisions?
I think that's a good idea. I think we covered all the main concerns about this building. So, yeah, so that was an official motion there, Abby?
Yes, please.
All right, great. So the motion on the table is, from Abby, is to hold for some revisions. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
I,
thank you. John,
I'm gonna say aye, but I want to make a comment.
go ahead.
Where you caught that 6'6" and it's 3 more feet to the ceiling on the left side, on the north elevation, is it?
Yep.
You're very sharp on that. I gotta give you credit for that. I never caught it. And it's 3 feet between the 6'6" and the 9'6". Very good job. Thank you.
That's right. A lot of space. Thank you, John. But you're in favor of the motion, right?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. And Abby, you're in favor of your own
Yes,
motion?
aye.
All right, and chair's in favor, motion carries. Sana, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you later.
Okay, thanks,
Bye.
everyone.
Okay, moving right along, we've got the celebrated Marketone on board. There he is.
How are you?
Okay, so Mark, it looks like you're doing something at Stone Bar. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're,
Well,
yeah, you're doing
Stone
something.
Barn Way, yes.
Right, okay.
Basically, if I may, there are no architectural changes to the existing structure itself. The owner is just looking to get herself up out of the floodplain, which is a 3 foot 3 inch rise to get us to the required level. No other structures or appendages to the building, no other changes other than the additional steps required to get exit out of the building. There are 3 existing exits out of the building now. We're just extending those stoops as necessary. The patio in the south is existing. It'll be repaired and replaced as it exists today. Otherwise, no other changes proposed. It's not a very tall building. It will still sit quite, I think it puts us at here. It'll put us at 26 feet 4 inches from grade.
With the lift.
With the lift, that's correct. Yeah, it's kind of a funky cape structure. Not even quite
Well,
a cape.
it's a funky cape structure that has some very distinctive Botticelli and Pole touches.
Is that right?
It was like the second thing that we did. But Mark, so
Yeah.
the foundation that exposed, oh, I see. It's just parged. It's parged.
Yes,
concrete.
correct.
Can I ask a question, sir?
Please, yeah.
How would you feel about, like, because the building, the saunas was a slightly different application with separate issues, like, how would you feel about dragging those shingles a little further down so we weren't looking at quite so much parged concrete?
Yeah, no, I think it's probably a good suggestion.
Okay, let's see what everybody else thinks. So you finished your
Yes, I think
Okay.
I am.
I'm going to open it up to the board then. So Diane, are you on board here? Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no problem with raising it. It still stays under the line and it is small enough to fit in very nicely down there on Stone Barn Lane. And I agree with dropping the shingles down maybe a foot,
Good to
2
me.
courses.
A foot, I think a foot is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I think.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Abby?
Yeah, I don't want to drop the shingles down too far because I think the proportions are right. And I think the parging is just, it's just what we have to do. So I would like to see just some vegetation or something in front to sort of soften the parging. I wouldn't mind going down 1 shingle course, but not any more than that.
Oh, 1 shingle course. So that's like 5 inches.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm kind of okay with anything. It was just, a suggestion.
And also, well, I'm looking at the proportions and then the windows are so far.
Yeah, no, I see.
No,
what you're saying. I do. Like if you have this big expansive shingle underneath, it might look a little weird. So 1 shingle course.
For me.
All right, we'll see how that goes. How about you, Val? Oh, well, hold on. Abby, was that it for you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Val?
Yeah, this application is quite different. It's just not such an expanse of vertical boards and house. What about a course of shingles and a water board? A water table.
Yeah, water
table.
board.
Water
Right.
table, water table.
Right. What do you think about that one, Abigail?
That sounds
Yeah,
good.
I thought there was one on there.
No.
What, is that a shadow?
No, the water table would be a horizontal board that would be painted. I think this house, oh, it is all painted white. So that
Yes.
there would be a horizontal board painted white down at the
Right.
bottom of the shingles.
Like a baseboard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they call that a water table.
Yeah, I would be more inclined to go that route. Well, I don't know.
It just sort of finishes the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And the truth is, I'm sure that this is all going to have vegetation all around the perimeter.
That's correct.
So, okay, well, let's leave that idea floating just for the moment. We'll see how the motion goes. But I do want to hear from John.
Yes, could you go to the east elevation, please? Let's see, which one is it here?
It's north.
No, you have the aerial photo of the lot.
Oh,
Bear with me, hold on.
Yeah,
Right here?
okay, that's it right there.
Yeah.
You see on the bottom right, that red line from the back to the front of the house?
oh,
Red
on the site plan.
Yeah, yes, all right,
Yes.
all right. Now, you mentioned 10 feet from the street or sidewalk.
Correct.
Now, can we go back to what we just had, the one of those, the other front elevation?
Okay, hold on one second.
Yeah.
And I was curious, do we have a elevation certificate going to be proposed for this one as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Let's get into the motion because this one I believe will.
Right there, Holly, that's it. Yeah. Could I speak on this? Existing floor to be raised to elevation 9.
Yes.
Now, where bottom of existing floor, choice at elevation 8.
Mhm.
So he's going to raise the house 1 foot.
No, it's a gross of a bottom of existing floor joist elevation. It's a 3 foot 3 inch increase from where we are today. I think we're at 23 feet 1 inch to ridge, and we'll be going to 26 feet 4 inch.
Mhm.
Okay, Mark, I had another question. At the bottom of the stairs, right there, that's ground level, take it. Right there, yeah. How many feet from there up to the bottom of the front door?
We're looking, John, at 6, maybe about 6 risers. About 46 inches.
46, okay, but
Yeah.
where the building is now, showing that 48 inches, how much higher is that house going to go? Or is it going to stay level?
3 feet, John.
I'm sorry?
3 feet. The floor of the house is getting 3 feet higher than what it is right now because of the floodplain.
And right now it's 42 inches.
Well, no, not right now. That's what Mark is proposing.
Okay. 42 inches to there, and it's going up how much more?
No. So right now, Mark, I'm going to guess that.
Can John just look? Can we scroll up and he can see the comparison of the previous? There, John, if you look at the smaller drawing above, that's what it looks like today. The larger drawing below is what we're proposing.
So John, that floor right now, the way the house is right now, is going to be less than 2 feet above grade, and Mark is he's raising the whole house up because of the floodplain to around 4 feet.
Okay, because it says it's a patch foundation.
Correct. That's new.
All right, I've got it all right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, John, thanks. All right, so listen, there was a little bit of back and forth. Did I cover everybody? So there's this discussion about whether or not to do the water table, an additional row of shingles, anything to just mitigate the foundation, in my opinion. So I would entertain a motion from any one of you.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Diane, go for it.
Motion to drop the shingles down 1 course.
Yep.
And put the water table in.
Okay. That sounds good. So let's see how that motion carries. How about you, Val?
Aye.
Great. John?
A motion to approve?
Well, there's a motion to approve, but just showing a little bit less of that concrete foundation by covering over with shingles and some trim.
Aye.
You good? Okay, thank you. Abby? Abby, you there? Abby? Let's see.
Sorry, aye.
Oh, Abby's in. Okay. And Diane, I'm sure you're in favor of your own motion.
Aye.
Great. And the chair's in favor, so the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
All right,
Mark. We'll see you
appreciate it.
next time.
Yes.
Next up, Linda. Linda on board there, 65.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Let me turn my sound up here.
Oh, don't turn it too high.
Okay. There we go. Okay,
We can hear you just fine. So let Linda give us a second and we're going to get your information up on the screen.
okie dokie.
All right. Here we
I love
go.
these backgrounds that people have. Holly picked one of my pictures as her background.
Love it.
No, NHA. That's where I
Yeah,
got
but
it.
it came out of my report.
Actually,
Good
that,
try, Holly.
I was through that old house. It was really a fabulous house.
I love that pink house. I miss it.
That was a
I
great.
have the plans.
I want to
What?
see those.
You have the plans?
Yes, my
Yeah.
aunt used to live there as the caretaker.
Oh my word.
Yeah, John Wagley has it because that was his mother.
That's cool. Okay, so here we are. Linda is going to tell us a little bit about 65 Center Street.
I've got a tiny little copy also, so I'm gonna have to use a magnifying glass, but if you can enlarge this at all, Holly, and get rid of the stuff on the left,
Uh,
because everything's color coded, and I don't know how well it came up on the scan.
we can make out color, yeah.
Okay, so the easiest thing to deal with is the driveway.
Yeah,
They wanted to do this as soon as possible because they want it to look nice on the outside for everybody that's in the summer, as opposed to what it looks like right now, because it's still a construction site.
okay.
And we're pretty much finished with the outside right now.
Mhm.
The driveway is cobblestones with grass in the middle.
Okay,
The blue is, one of them is the one on the front of the house is a type 2 cat picket.
Three
The one
feet
on the
tall.
right, the one on the right that's blue is a 4-foot tall wood, and it goes up to the 6-foot tall behind it. Because the people on the right side of us want blockage, and there's always been a tall fence there, but it fell down because it was so rotten. So that fence runs all the way on that east or the south side, which I guess is the right side.
Okay,
And it runs all the way across the back and then down the front, down the side between us and the small house up the hill, because she wants to be blocked. And then it drops down again where it's blue to down to 4 feet. So in the back, they had a very tall fence at one point on top of a retaining wall. And so we sort of are putting the fence, theoretically, we'd like to put it on top of the retaining wall, but the retaining wall is fairly short under the fence. If you go over to the left side of this drawing, Holly, you can
Yeah.
see the fence on top of the retaining wall. Because the grade changes significantly from one side to the other and front to back on this lot.
so Linda,
Go further to the left, Holly, so you can see the fences.
Linda,
Yep.
on the left-hand side of the property,
Yep.
it looks to me like you're
Upstairs.
only requesting a length of fence. I can't quite read it, but it almost reads like 12 feet
Of the short fence.
of the short
You
fence.
see the blue? That's the short fence, the shorter
Okay,
fence.
but-
And then it
but
goes up
now
again
you-
to the 6
Okay,
foot.
but then are you trying to get more fence beyond that in the back of the property?
Yes, all the way down that side to meet up with the fence that used to be in the back as well.
And how tall is that?
There's 6 feet.
Is it a 5-in-1 or what is it?
It's just a board fence. That's what was up in the back before.
All the way around?
12 feet back, I believe, on one side, 12 feet back on the other side, and goes back and goes across the back where it's always been.
Okay.
So
So
that's that.
at this juncture, Linda, let me just ask Holly. Holly?
Yep.
Is there, do we have a report on this?
Yes, through staff.
Okay.
Basically, the proposal is somewhat formal. However, the original typical Nantucket was adorned later with a Greek Revival doorway as approved with the reconstruction project. A formal element already existing within the structure. The typical Nantucket dwelling were originally simplistic in nature because they're Quaker, but some evolved over time, i.e. the embellishment with the Greek Revival doorways. So I didn't really see too much of a concern. Just to summarize, there's a type 2 picket at the front, type 2 board fence on top of the retaining wall, made of flagstone, bluestone patio at the rear with the bluestone stepping stones. The stone wall from the driveway to include existing stone, which I appreciate that. Stone to be reused. With granite, with granite steps. So there's a lot going on here, but in keeping with the Greek Revival type of embellishments, it seems appropriate, and the elevation of the existing lot.
Okay.
And they have irregular stepping stones and irregular patio stones, and then they've got a regular patio up in the back where you won't be able to see it because there's so much screening in front of it. And we, instead of going straight up to the patio on the right side where you see the green underlined, we bent them so it didn't go straight up to that patio, so it goes back towards the house and then up on the grass.
You're talking about the stairs.
Yeah, on the right.
Okay.
And there's a little stepping stones on the left because you got to get down off that grade down to the sidewalk.
Right.
And then there's air conditioning units, but we've tucked them in on the left. You can see them up here with little gravel underneath them on the left side, on the back addition, and they have fences around them.
Yeah, right there. That's right.
Yeah.
Where the arrow is right now.
On each side of the window well.
Hey, so Linda, your bluestone patio, which you say is not visible, is just rendered as like diagonal squares. Is that really the type of
I
bluestone?
think that's his CAD system.
Yeah. Do we know what that's actually going to look like?
It's going to be probably square cut, but irregular square cut, as
Okay.
opposed to
Better
grass
than-
in between.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Do we have any photos?
There's nothing to take a photo of at this point. I was hoping it was on the view list, but we hear some of the materials that are being used.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It was on the view list, wasn't it?
Yes.
All right.
So it's pretty hard to miss it. But right now it's a pile of dirt and a bunch of stored cobblestones and everything else, which is why we didn't want to leave it that way for the summer. We wanted to get the outside done so it doesn't look like craziness. Here's the sort of a schematic that Jirai did. It's not terribly accurate, but we'll go from there.
Well, it's helpful though.
Helpful.
Yeah.
Where's the arbor?
No arbor.
It says Arbor View.
Oh, yeah.
There's no arbor. I don't know why he did that, but there's no arbor. I made him take it out.
Oh, well, you didn't make them change the name out.
I don't, yeah, I didn't do these drawings. I color coded the plan.
No,
so
actually,
you could figure it out.
I gotta say they're pretty good. They tell the story. Okay, I'll open this up to the board now, Linda, if you are finished with your.
Yep, let me get a piece of paper. There we go.
Okay, let's see. Val, are you ready to begin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of fence, but I just went on Google Earth and it has the old
Stockade.
yeah, so it is an improvement over what was there. And I just wanted to see what was around it before. And it's really just replacing some rundown fence that had been there. So the fence was most of my concern. The retaining walls, I think, are a lot, but I'm hoping they will put vegetation in front of them. And
Yep.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Abby.
The arbor view is on the right of the house.
Yes, up the driveway, beyond the driveway.
Right. I'm okay with most everything. I just wanted to know how tall is that stone wall on either side of the steps, on the right there? Is that like 5 feet or?
That drawing isn't even accurate. Holly, if you want to go back to the site plan. I don't know where that came from. That might have been the original.
Is this it right here? I think this is
Yeah.
it. All right,
Go
hold on.
back up one more. Yeah, go back up one more. You can see how they turn. So these walls are not that tall. Go back up to the site plan.
I think that was a good illustration.
Yeah, I
was
thought
just
so
about to
too.
do
Sort
some
of, but it's
addition.
not. It's not that tall. There you go. It's 3 steps and then it turns. So it doesn't go straight up to the back, and there's stepping stones and foliage on both sides of it. So it's not quite as obvious as it looks here.
Okay. I was just wondering how tall that retaining wall was of the field stones.
Well, it has to be smaller than 4 feet. So I gather it, you know.
We can add them up. We've got
Yeah, 3 steps, right?
Right here.
Well, I'm gonna just say something here. One thing that's somewhat distinctive about this is that instead of having like handrails going up the stair, they actually have like stone walls going up the stair to act as the railing, so to speak.
And we don't need flagstone, we don't need bluestone caps. I can take those out.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to soften it.
Yeah, no bluestone caps.
But
we don't need
so
them.
Linda, here's my question.
Mhm.
The wall that we're looking at right now on the right-hand side of the
Right-hand
picture,
side.
I think is taller than it needs to be because it doesn't go to grade. I think it actually goes
Right.
above grade
Yep.
by 2 feet.
Yep.
Yeah, so all that can get cut down.
Is
Okay.
that one dimension from the top of the stair to the top of the
wall.
cap? Is that, say, 2 feet?
Yes, it
Looks
does.
like it.
And I
And
think
so- and then that's
the so-called-
21 for the risers, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think the whole wall can get trimmed down so that it's
Okay.
not so high above the grade behind it. It's not
Okay.
retaining anything. It's just a wall.
Yeah, we just don't want, the patio's on top of that, and we got to work with a grade that's to the right where the fence is. So I've just got to run up that grade a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that the stone cap is giving it a real rigid
Oh, yeah.
look. And I think if you just ended the top of those walls with a stone that was flat, it would look a lot softer.
Yeah, we
Totally.
don't need a bluestone cap on any of this.
Yep, I totally agree with that. Anything else, Abby?
No, I think I'm surprised after all it's been through, how well it looks. I mean, it really is
Oh, good.
going to be quite striking.
Yeah, it's a beautiful house.
You were talking about the house there, right, Abby?
Yes.
Just making sure. Well, that's good to hear. So, John,
Yes, thank you. Holly, could we go to the south elevation, please?
Site
The
plan.
driveway side,
That one's fine, right there. Yeah, okay. Where it says Center Street, now that's the south side, right?
no, it's, I think it's more like the west side, John, something like southwest.
west.
Okay. Holly, could we go to the west elevation?
You gotta go the other way.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're looking for.
Because these things are sideways, kind of.
You hit it in a
Probably
minute.
right
Yeah.
there.
You want that?
Oh, right
about
there.
those, John?
Yes, that one, Holly, thank you.
Mhm.
That's the south fence view.
Which one, John?
Well, number 3. It does say south fence view.
Yeah,
Okay, now, starting at that fence, how tall is it right there on the corner? Above
4.
the view,
4 feet.
4 feet. And how
Yep.
much is the rest of it going on to the next step? How many feet is that?
6 feet.
6 feet?
Yep,
And how many are on the backside?
6 feet.
6 feet, okay. It seems like a lot of footage building a enclosed area. But
You can pull that fence back further.
thank you, Holly.
You're welcome.
Was
Mr.
that
Chair,
Who said that?
Val,
Yes,
I have
Val.
a question for Linda. Linda, can some of the fence be 5 and 1 as opposed to a solid 6?
Sure.
You know, can I talk about that for a second?
The existing is just board.
Hang on. So Val has made a suggestion and Linda has said that that would be okay, but so go ahead, Abby.
Yeah, so I have this this new thing. I think that the 5 and 1s make it more complicated and draw your eye right to the one part. And I think the simple board is actually more old fashioned and simpler and doesn't draw your eye to the fact that we've got all these boards.
Yeah.
Keep in mind also that there's a house right here, which is where the 6 feet starts. There's another house blocking us from Chester Street.
So we're not really going to see
You're
that.
not really seeing this whole thing. There's a house there, there's one right on us in the back, and then there's a little one uphill.
Mhm. Okay. Let's see. Now, I believe we've heard from everyone. You know, my concern, my initial concern was for the fencing. I think that's assuaged, and now I have this sort of new concern for the amount of stone wall
Yeah.
that we're showing. But Linda, it sounds like you have the ability to cut that down so
Yeah.
that we're not looking at so much from the driveway.
Ray, you haven't heard from me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Diane. I knew
Diane's
there
still
was-
out there.
Go ahead, Diane.
I'm still sitting here.
Yep.
I think you talked about reducing that wall down.
Yep.
Which is good. And are we going to see a hardscaping application with what's going to be planted there?
No, I mean, that's just part of the screening. We have to screen all of this. I don't want
Right.
any of this visible from the street at all.
No,
So it would
what
be
I-
something that's year round, definitely
Yeah.
year round planting.
And a little more informal type of planting, because the house is old and some of the stuff was already there and it sort of would tuck it in. I think the house has come out very nicely. And I agree with Abby on the simple fence going around. But I think the planting will also be important, particularly on that so-called harbor view.
Yeah,
Mhm.
definitely. We don't want people to see it, and we don't want to see it either. So there's a
Right.
lot, there's a substantial amount of planting. If Holly, if you go back to the site plan, there's quite a lot of planting. This
I
is just a
see that
rendering.
you've got a whole bunch. I just didn't want it to get to having formal cedars and stuff like that. That it be all year round and sort of Nantucket type planting. That was my
Okay.
concern.
So less formal planting.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Diane. So it sounds like there's a few things. Initially, I thought that we could approve this with some modifications, but maybe we should just see this one more time.
Okay.
I think that's a
address
good
the-
idea.
Yeah.
What's that, Val?
I think it's a good idea because we can't even do a, what do we call those? Exhibit A.
Right,
No, it'd be too hard to do it, and I'll give you a
Yeah.
list of plantings on top of it.
right. So trimming down.
Motion
the
to hold
wall-
for revisions?
Yeah, I think that's a simple one. Thank you, Abby. Okay, there's a motion on the table to hold for some revisions. How about you, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
I,
Thank you. John? Great. Abby?
Aye.
And just one question before I go back to my
Yeah, go
guys.
ahead. Go ahead.
The 6-foot fence, as you see, is on top of these small retaining walls. Is that okay, going up that driveway?
thanks for pointing that out. I'm not sure.
Okay, I just want you to
Thought
see,
we were
I want you to
reducing
note
the
that.
height of the retaining walls there.
They're small retaining walls. They go from like 6 inches up towards where the stairs are kind of thing. And then in the back, that's always been on top of a large retaining wall, which we've
Right.
cut down. So I just want you to sort of consider that when I come back again.
It said over there by the so-called Arbor View that there's 6-foot type board fence, 47 along the top of the field cell retaining wall, which is 3 feet high.
At that point back there.
Yeah.
But
So
what about along the parking?
Yeah, that's where it goes lower.
Does it need to have a retaining wall?
It does, because when you go to the house to the right, that's way down below us. It's very odd, that one intersection between us and the house that's down on Chester Street, that's much lower than we are.
Hmm.
So we need a retaining wall, but depending on if, it's hard to put the retaining wall inside or outside of the wall because it's so tight to the parking.
Yeah.
So between now and next week, go by and take a look at it and sort of get the lay of the land on that right side in particular. It's also going on top of the retaining wall on the left, but I have a little more room to play with it there. So take a look at this, go by it again and take a look at the grade changes on this thing.
Because I'm almost thinking if that's a 9-foot section right there to where the parks, it should come down
Yeah,
the fence.
so that's why I want you to take a look at the grade change and what was there before.
Okay.
I have a lot of pictures of what was there before. I can put them in also.
Okay, that would be good. So there is the motion on the table, and let's see, I believe Abby, aside from myself, you were the last person to be voting on that motion. Abby?
Didn't I say aye? Or
You may have.
what did you, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you want.
No,
I
this is
mean,
the motion
a
for.
motion to hold for revisions and a view.
Yeah, if you want to write by it again or do it on your own, either way.
Well, look, the original motion, which I've already sort of gone to a vote on, and we're in midstream, did not include the viewing part, but if you want to view it, you view it. So, and the chair is in favor of the motion, hold for revisions.
Great.
So that motion carries. Linda, did you say something?
No, thank you, everybody.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Linda. We'll see you later. Next.
And we're beginning to put the beams back in. I have a lot of pictures of it, all the sheathing's back on. We're beginning to put the beams back into the building now.
Well, for those that view it, will be able to see that. Yeah.
Well, I want you to take a look at the right-hand porch. There are beams underneath that cantilevered piece, and the posts are holding up that cantilevered piece. So take a look at the ceiling of that thing and the posts that are holding up that porch to the right. All of that came out of the house.
Good. That's great. Thank you, Linda.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could you make a motion to move number 731 Fairgrounds in front of number 633 South Shore Road, because it's a move off to a move on.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's my mistake when I did the
That's
agenda.
all right. So Val, did I just hear you make a motion?
Yeah, a motion to switch 6 and 7.
Right. Okay. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
yep. John?
Repeat the motion, please.
Motion is simply to switch 6 and 7. So we're going to hear 7 first and then 6.
And then 8.
Well, yeah, and then 8.
Thank you. Yes,
All
aye.
All right, and chairs in favor. Okay, so let's hear item number 7 first. Brooke?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now, yeah.
All right.
There he is.
Hey, Johnny.
Okay, let's see. So Brooke, this is a demo move off of the main house.
Yes.
Age of the house.
It's the 1950s.
Okay, you got pictures of it?
They were included in the application. I'm not sure if they're on this.
They are.
We'll find them. Okay,
But it's it's like a 1960s ranch.
right.
Is it a Sears house?
That I don't know.
It's the same vintage as something we just looked at. That's why I asked. Up on Derrymore, Delaney, something like that.
So
Hold on.
I'm
My
gonna
apologies.
I'm gonna try and cut to, Holly, I see you up. Do you have okay, go.
I do. So, bear with me one second.
Yep.
I'm think because I think Brooke, you did submit photos, but I'm not seeing them in here. But I just wanted to mention that I did review this as a proposed demo, even though it's not with any of our advisory board areas or any of the historic districts. However, it's obviously a proposed demo / move within our National Historic Landmark. And I just indicate that understand the proposal's intent of the overall project. However, the existing house is circa 1964, contributing towards the NHL designation nonetheless. Staff would hope that this one-story cape would be saved for the housing recycling program. And I did.
It's being proposed to move to the next application to that lot.
Excellent. Okay. So it's
That's
33
what the
South
next
Shore?
application is. It's to move this building from here to there.
Thank you. And I was able to find photographs from the NHA's website from 1992, but I don't seem to have it included. So my apologies.
Would they vary at all from what we look at now?
No, I think they actually I have them right here. Bear with me.
Great.
Gotta love technology.
I don't.
All right, so.
I just sent a photo to Kathy.
That's the building?
Nope, that's the garage.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the building.
Yeah.
Wiggles Coffin's old house.
Yes.
Son of a gun. It should be preserved intact forevermore.
It should.
Totally.
This is my hood. It's very important,
I know.
Mid Island.
Yep.
It's going to another islander.
Yeah.
That's not problem. That's not the answer, just because it's going somewhere else. I think we should know before we agree to move this or demo it or whatever, that we should see the whole proposal, because once we agree to have it moved, we have no recourse to not further the application for 31.
Well, so Diane, to that point, and on this specific application, we actually have dedicated
a whole meeting.
Yeah, a whole meeting to the review of what's going to happen to this parcel that you're looking at on your screen.
I know that.
That's, I believe it's July 10th. Is that?
Yes,
hearing?
I know that. That's why I don't think we should be forced into acting on this before we see the meeting on July 10th.
Okay, well, all right. I respect that. So.
Can I speak to that, please?
Try.
Brooke, I
All
get,
right.
you know,
So
I
if this-
ordinarily I'm hearing from all the board members and allowing you to respond.
Okay.
Okay, but do you want to say something to that?
Yes, I think that if this application were happening exclusive of 31 Fairgrounds Road, if 31 Fairgrounds Road, the subdivision, or that's coming up, wasn't being considered on its own merit, and so I don't think it's necessary or fair to tie this to the July 10th viewing, because it's independent of that.
Okay.
And that's how I think we've treated a lot of other demo move-offs in the past. That it is independent of whatever might be happening to that particular piece of property.
Okay. Thank you. Now let's hear from the rest of the board. Okay. Val, this is your hood, so I'd like to hear from you, please.
Well, I hadn't considered what Diane was saying, but now that she says it, it makes me wonder, like, this is gonna be a housing project. Why can't you recycle this house? And use it?
It is, it's going to the next property.
No, for this project.
Okay. All right. That's a question. That's like an abstract question, and I'm not sure that Brooke was prepared to answer right now.
No, definitely not.
Okay. So what's on the table right now? And by the way, the chair would like to know, Brooke. I'm looking at my list here and it says demo move off, but
Thank you.
we do have an application to move it on to another piece of property. So are you looking for a demo move off or just to move off?
I think the client would like to keep his options open, but
Okay.
if you wanted to limit it to a move off.
Well, let's see how it goes. Okay, but thank you for that answer. Abby,
I'm okay with it.
okay. John,
It's listed as demo or move.
John,
Yes,
okay. So the reason that we switched the two applications just now was because this building is intended to go to another site at 33 South Shore Road.
okay, my question is, where is it going on South Shore Road?
33.
A very
in
small.
front of the
That's the next application.
Are there any, where it's gonna go, are there any structures on that property?
33 South Shore?
You're right, usually they show you where it's going before they move it.
No, John, you're going to get much more information about where exactly this building is moving when we review the next application. You know what I mean? Right now, what Brooke is requesting is whether he can move this building off or whether you're comfortable demolishing it. That's what's on the table right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Listen, the chair is going to split the baby here. I think that it would be great if you could reuse this building. So I would be in favor of a move off as opposed to a demo move off. So, is there any more discussion on this? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve a demo or move off.
Demo move off?
Yeah,
Okay,
demo or a move off.
okay. We'll see.
Or keep it on the site.
Well, I can't imagine they're going to keep it exactly where it is, in which case they wouldn't need to be talking to us.
Yeah, I don't really understand. I just, hearing the other board members, I don't see how they're gonna work that into a project, but
Yeah, I mean, it was actually a really good suggestion. But you know, applicants don't always take up our always good suggestions. So okay, so the motion is for a demo move off. All in favor of the demo move off. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I did that wrong. Val,
I'm not in favor of demo.
I figured as much. Diane. Do we have Diane?
I'm
Okay.
not in favor of moving it and I'm not in favor of demoing it.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's see. John,
Hi,
okay, so you're in favor of demo move off.
yes, if it's done properly, yes.
Okay, well, and we are going to review, just, you know, I'm repeating myself, but we are going to review where this building will potentially go in just a minute. Okay, so I got John, I got Diane. Abby, are you in favor of your motion?
yes,
Okay. The chair is going to say, and I knew I was going to be splitting the baby on this one. I would be in favor of a move off and not a demo quite just yet. I'd love to see this building reused. So I believe that that motion does not carry. Could we have another motion?
Make a motion to hold until July 10th.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's a motion. I'll go through it. John, are you in favor of holding this until July 10th?
In favor of holding the move?
Reviewing this application until we know what's happening with the rest of the property. Here, John, I'm going to come back to you, okay?
All
Val,
right. Thank you.
I'll come back to you. Val,
I'd like to see it reused, but I'm okay with a move.
okay, well, that's nice to know, but the motion is actually to hold this application until July 10th, when
Oh,
the subdivision is being reviewed. That's what the motion is.
okay. Okay,
So you're in favor of the motion?
sure.
Okay, Abby,
Well, I'm in favor of the motion because I respect my fellow board members and I think they know a lot more about this than I do. So I'm going along with that. Aye.
oh, okay. And Diane, you're obviously in favor of your motion, right?
Aye.
Okay. So we have a majority there. I will only say that I personally don't think that it's fair to sort of ransom.
Yeah, this really is pretty lame.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but the motion did carry. So I want to just say this for the record. The applicant has offered up this to be moved on to another site, which I'm totally in favor of because it's actually saving an old building. And, just by the way, we have, in the course of our time together, issued demo permits for these types of buildings. So I thought that was a nice concession. So I'm going to be voting against it. But again, the motion carries because you had 3 in favor of the motion to hold until July 10th. Now, let's move on to, we're going to move on to item number 6, which is the move on to South Shore Road, which I guess at this point is sort of academic, but why don't we just do it, see where it goes.
See you later.
So Brooke, while we're waiting for the information to come up on the screen, you want to just tell us about this? Is there anything you can tell us?
It's intended to be a covenant lot, and this gentleman wants to move this building over to that lot so that it can function as
Holly,
housing.
hold right there. Okay, so Brooke, what we're looking at right now, the red building is your moved building?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And the covenant lot is spun off of that one at the corner there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. The black line represents the lot as it is, and then the blue line represents the new division.
Okay.
Plus or minus a few feet.
So, John.
Yes.
Earlier in the discussion of the move off demo of this house, you had asked where it's going. And so this application before us right now shows you exactly where it's going. So it's at the corner of South Shore Road and Correa, and it's a covenant lot. So you can see they subdivided off this little piece up at the top of the sheet. And that red profile that you see there is Wiggles Coffin's old house, moved onto that site. Okay?
Okay, one question. The blue one.
The blue one, I think, is an existing cottage, right, Brooke?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like 16 by 18.
Wow. Tiny.
Yep.
All right. So with that, I'm going to now ask the board, Abby, are you in favor of this? Hold on, we don't have a motion on the table. So are you okay with this?
Moving it there on South Shore Road.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that, but this is sort of, I'm getting the idea that there's a bigger picture involved, but just as given, I don't have a problem with moving the house there.
Okay, so that's the right answer, because we really should be reviewing the applications without all the other baggage attached that's not part of the application. So what's before us right now is the appropriateness of taking the ranch house that Brooke has shown us pictures of from its current location on Fairgrounds Road to South Shore Road at this spot. And so that's the question. And your answer to the question is you're okay with that.
Me, yes.
Okay, great. That,
Well, I have a question. How can we vote to move it on here when we don't have it moved off the other site?
because it's a separate application. So again,
Okay, I'm okay. I didn't know the legality of that or whatever.
well,
In theory, if it needs to go somewhere, this is an okay spot for it, even though it's,
that's exactly what's on the table is if this house has to move someplace, is this an okay location for this house to exist? That's the question.
yes, I just have a question for Brooke real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Can it turn to face, so the front door faces the street? It looks like it almost would.
Ah, wow. Good question.
Yes, so yeah, we've got the gable facing the street, and that would be the east elevation. The house will not rotate the way the lot line is drawn so that the front door faces the street. You know, there is a door on the west elevation, but that west elevation is like a mudroom or a laundry, so it's not exactly an ideal entry point.
No,
Brooke,
but
or actually Holly.
Oh, yep.
Holly, could you show us the gable end elevation that would be facing South Shore Road?
it's
Yeah,
the one with the windows on it.
This one right here.
Yeah.
Got it? Yeah, okay. So that's the side that would face South Shore Road, the gable end.
So I have a question for Brooke.
Yes.
Well, why is that lot so pinched that, like, why does it have to be just that sliver? Like, if you gave it just 10, 20 more feet, you could turn the gable. I mean, you could turn the front door to be on South Shore Road.
That would be a question for the client.
I think it's only, it just seems, you know, you look at this, look at the ratio of this, of the site to the covenant land. It's being squeezed, the poor little thing.
Well, okay, so Abby,
I think most people don't want to give up their land. You know, I mean, they want to do the right thing, but without.
Well, they're shooting themselves in the foot because they're making this skinny little lot very unattractive to be right next to this.
well, it's a covenant house. Now, so here I just took a pair, I just took these, right? My caliper things. And on my screen, I measured, and Brooke, in order to get it to go setback to setback without changing a thing, well, actually, you'd have to change a thing. You'd have to probably move the line like 2 feet to get it to work.
Okay.
Well, so I'm just saying, and it also does not need to be like those two lines don't need to be parallel, meaning that you could give it the width in the front and steal some of the width in the back so that you weren't giving away too much real estate. Just
Right, like a more of a trapezoid than a
more of a
perfect
trapezoid.
parallel. Yeah.
Yes, just so
Okay.
that you get the way they're talking about. Okay, so let's see. We've heard from Val, we've heard from Abby. How about you, Diane?
If it can be arranged that it could go in there and not go right from line to line, it would be good. I was wondering, what is the garage supposed to go there also?
No,
That's that's the next application, Diane.
Yeah, I know it was. I just wondered if that's where it was considered to go. So, I would have no objections to having the house go there if necessary.
Okay, Diane, thank you. John,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this structure that's being moved to South Shore Road
yes.
is a typical ranch style house. It has no great history in Nantucket, other than it's less than 40 years old, maybe.
Well, and that Wiggles lived in it.
That's right.
Wait a minute, say that again, Ray?
It's Wiggles
Wiggles
Coffin's
often
house.
lived in this house.
Right, oh, I know that, but architecturally, it doesn't have any great significance other than somebody owned it that was important to Nantucket. That's all.
True.
That's what I'm saying.
And all
That's
his
very true.
beagles.
All right, Mr. Chairman, could you move the motion, please?
Okay, so listen, I think that my own opinion is if we can gerrymander that line there, just so that we can get that thing to have the quote unquote front door facing South Shore Road, I would be a happy person.
I
So,
think that can be done, Ray.
all right, so maybe we just make a motion and say that we have it, the lines drawn such that the, would we call that the front of the house? Like what elevation would that be?
The front of the house is the
Picture window.
picture window. Right now, it would be labeled south elevation.
Right, we don't want to use cardinal points because they're going to be changing here. So let's just say that the side of the side of the house that has the picture window will face South Shore Road.
Correct.
That's
right,
the front door, is it not?
What's
Yeah.
that? Yes.
Which is
Yes. But, you know, just to make sure that everybody knows which side we're talking about, the picture window is distinctive. So I think the motion can basically say, approve with the picture window side of the house facing South Shore Road.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
That's your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Diane? Did we lose Diane? Okay, so we have Abby.
Aye.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
Val,
aye.
Aye.
okay, and chairs in favor of, so motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, the garage.
Yeah.
What?
We're out to the garage now, John, number 8.
Okay. Motion to approve it.
What, hang on, John.
Okay, I will. I thought I went deaf.
Yeah, I do want to find out from Holly some information about this building. Holly, do you have anything on this one?
I couldn't find anything other than about the same time frame as the
Oh, okay, built around the same time. Okay.
correct. But I did just want to notate that my apologies for not knowing the history of the proposal of the move to 33 South Shore, because that's exactly what I was referring to with recycling it, as well as the proposed plan that you all just saw is specifically what the town has been trying to advocate for year-round housing. So notate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Pointing that out. Okay, so here we have a garage sitting on the same site, same vintage. I'm just going to put it right to the board. So Abby, if you're ready, that is.
Look, is it worth moving?
That's Val, was that your question?
For Brooke, yeah. I mean, is it in good shape?
You know, it's probably, I mean, it's in medium shape. It's definitely not as in good shape as the house. The
It is
sill
slab.
is about 8, you know, it's really close to the ground. And the garage doors look like they're kind of warping a little bit and peeling. So, um, you know, I mean, as a structure, I suppose it could stay or go. But that's, you know, we still have to advertise this anyway. So if you,
Actually, you don't.
what's that?
You don't.
Oh, with garages?
Yeah, you have to advertise a dwelling. You don't have to advertise.
Oh, okay.
So just tell me what size it is, just because,
Let's see if I have the dimensions here.
is it a,
I'd have to open up my CAD program. Hang
it's all
on.
right, I'll look.
Yeah, it's less than the the house.
Yeah, it's not on the application either. I was just curious.
Yeah, I can tell you in 2 seconds. Hang on.
Okay.
Hey, Val, I'm gonna guess.
24 by
24 by 36.
And it is 22 by 32.
Yeah,
Damn.
pretty good.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Uh-huh.
What
Okay.
is the question? Move demo?
Yeah.
This is a move demo.
Yeah, I'm in favor of a move or a demo.
Okay. Diane. Is Diane there?
I would be in favor of a move. Why does they keep, no, I'm open. I'm not muted.
No,
Do you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you, Diane. Yep.
Okay, I would in favor of, I suppose I would do a move demo, or I'd rather see it moved. He built a pretty good building. He used to keep all his dogs in there.
But so Diane, if I understood
He
you
had
correctly.
beagles.
Oh, yeah. Yes, he was a hunting man. So
Yes.
you're okay with the move demo of this?
Right.
Okay.
I would rather see it moved
Yes.
than demoed.
I think we all would. We'd all rather see it recycled than go to the dump, definitely. But I think the motion is to
Right.
approve a move demo. Val?
Motion to approve.
Oh, I think we have a motion. I think
Oh.
Abby made a motion.
Okay. Aye.
Okay. John, there's a motion.
Aye.
Okay. Let's see.
I
I think
hate this.
I got Diane, I got Abby, I got Val, got John, and chairs in favor. So you got an approval for the move demo of this garage. Okay, Brooke?
All right.
All right. We'll talk to you next time.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Next up, 34 Washing Pond Road, Sophie Metz. I saw her in the queue.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. 34 Washing Pond. Uh-oh, John's frozen.
Repeat that.
No, well, you weren't moving for a while. You were, but so you're back. That's good. Now, Holly's going to get, Sophie, Holly's going to get your drawings and everything up on the screen for us.
Great.
Okay.
On the 24th.
34 Washing Pond Road, John.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Number 9.
Yes, number 9. Okay. Now that we have the drawings up, Sophie, would you care to just sort of give us an overview?
Yeah, so I hope that the application is clear, but we're not asking to change anything to the structures that you guys approved. We're
Okay.
just asking to pull them further back from the ocean by 48 feet. The whole program, this application and less, but they're still 285 feet from the road.
Okay.
What happened was that you guys approved this, and then we went and the neighbors were okay with it, and then we went to Concom, and the neighbors just really didn't want the house to be so close to the dune, and so my clients, rather than, you know, arguing with them, just figured it was okay to move it back, so we came back to you guys.
Okay. Thank you. And right at the moment, we're reviewing the house, I believe, but it's going to be the house and the garage is separate application. So there you go, folks. What do we think about this one? Anyone care to opine?
No, can we just see the front elevation? Because I don't remember it. I'm sure it's fine. Okay. Yep. I have no problem with it.
Great, thank you. Abby?
Ditto, no problem.
No problem. Diane?
No problem.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, you say they're moving the house?
Yeah, so basically this house was approved closer to the sound and Sophie wants to move it back closer to the road, but there's still, Sophie, how many 100 feet are we from the road still?
285.
Yeah, almost 300 feet from the road, John.
Oh, okay, I only have one question.
Go ahead.
Think about what I was looking at it, you know?
Keep, John?
Yes.
Keep one thing in mind. So the house was approved.
Right.
Sophie isn't making any changes to the house. All she wants to do is move it further away from the water and closer to the road. That's it.
Hi.
Oh, you're in? Okay, so I'm certainly in favor of this. So can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
That was Val, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. John?
A little odd front door there, but anyway. Hi.
Well, it did get approved, so all we're talking about is the moving. You in favor of the move, John?
Yes, I'm in favor.
Great, thank you. And gosh, Val, you made the motion, right?
Aye.
Okay.
I'm aye to my motion.
Yes, thank you. And chairs in favor, so motion carries.
And
Now-
Mr. Chair, could I just, to expedite the process, make a
please.
motion to approve the garage as well to move?
Yeah, great, okay. So there's a motion on the table now to do the same thing with the garage, which I'll remind you all is further away from the road than the house is, so it's plus 300 feet. So the motion on the table is to approve the move of the garage. That came from Val. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
Aye.
there's John, and Val, you made the motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Chair in favor. Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Sophie.
Soph.
Bye-bye. Okay, next up, Tobias. 8 Broad Street.
Two?
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
This is Tobias wants an awning at 8 Broad Street. We're about to check this out here.
Yeah, so this is for 8 Broad Street. It was originally Glidden's Island Seafoods. My family still owns this beautiful old building. And what we're looking to do is replace a awning that used to be on the building. If you scroll down one more picture, or maybe a few more, I put a number of examples in there, but I want to show you the original awning that was on there. Thank you. I should have put it up first. Here's one shot of it. There's a much better one coming next. Here you go. Great.
Son of a gun. Wow, cool.
So it's this beautiful, like, old awning. We want to, I'm very flexible to work with the board. We want to put that same little detail on it. We're not asking for any letters on it or anything or any naming. You can see it does say Glidden's Island Seafood on the front of it, just barely. In the original, you can see it better. If you want us to put lobsters on it, I'm more than happy to.
And what color is it, Tobias? Black?
Yeah, it's black. and I'm totally flexible on the color. The stubby sign is like a royal, like a really dark royal blue.
Can we look back at that, Holly?
Yeah, let's go back to that.
Yeah, just
I
go
love
back to
these
the original.
photographs, by the way.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
Good
really,
job, Tobias.
yep.
Right.
And I want to do something that's not too big. I want it to be tasteful. You know, we want it to look nice, but also provide like a service to, you know, cover, you know, just, it's really hot in the afternoon, provide a little shade, give a little character. So that you can barely see on this picture, but the stubby sign on the background there, it's like a dark navy blue. And on this picture, you also see the blue tape. That's not actually there. Just the doors were just being redone recently. You see that tape around the doors. That's just
Kind of, yeah.
yeah.
They put takeout windows in now.
Yeah, there's takeout windows. Those are temporary.
Yeah. Hey, Tobias, can you do a dark blue?
I'd love to do whatever
Red.
color you'd like. Yep. Like a royal blue, a navy blue.
Yeah.
You may remember, I have some pictures from back in the 70s. I should have included them. I have so many pictures from this building, but there was like a light blue, like a sky blue trim on the building at one point. Now it's like clear mahogany.
I think like a navy, something that would tie in with the sign.
Thank you, Val. I know that Diane's been meaning to ask a question of Tobias. So Diane, what did you want to ask Tobias?
No, I was going to ask you if you had the pictures of like 1965. Was the awning then not dark green with a light edging around it with scallops?
Sorry, go to the original picture. So the only picture I have is of black.
Is the black?
Is that black and white picture? So
you don't know.
I really don't know.
I just remember going there because we went there a lot, and
Yeah, so you can see there's two different ones, but if you know whatever you'd like to do, it's the pleasure of the board. But
So let's get a consensus view here. So Val has brought up the idea of some kind of a blue, like a navy blue, or were you going lighter, Val?
No, navy, like
Navy.
the background of the sign.
Right.
it's like a royal blue. It's a little darker than navy.
I thought navy was lighter than navy. Abby, what did you just say?
I said royal blue is lighter than navy. Navy is the darkest blue.
Correct.
Thank you. I stand corrected.
Okay. And well, so Abby, while you're on that, what's your opinion about the color? Well, actually, what's your opinion about the awning and specifically the color?
So I'm going to be really stupid here. It's still stubbies, right? We're not going back to a.
You know, one of these days, I really have a dream of opening up like a little fish shop, you know, a little side window. So that's why we keep it in the family. But for now, it's still stubbies.
Okay.
Well, I think that the navy blue is sober, but elegant. I mean, yeah. I mean, I thought it's a great idea. I don't really care about the color. But I think if Val wants navy, let's go with navy.
Okay, good. John.
Yes, I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
The history in Nantucket, you go back, look, go downtown, start at the Pacific Club, walk up the left side of Main Street, and cross over to the bank, come down the south side, and look at second floors, first floors on the brick, all the brickwork. It still has the clamps in there to put awnings up where they had them 80 years ago.
Right.
It's still there.
Right.
I used to go and look at it, and a lot of people don't know the history. Thank you.
Okay, cool. But John, you're okay with the awning, and are you okay with it being navy blue, dark blue?
As long as they're not orange.
No, no orange, not this time.
Toby?
And Diane, are you okay with that navy blue?
Yep.
Okay, so it sounds like we have liftoff if somebody would care to make a motion.
Motion to approve with the color being a dark blue. I don't want to say navy because he might want to match what's there in the sign. So a dark blue.
Okay, that's good. Okay, that's the motion. Abby,
Aye.
great. Diane,
Aye.
very good. John,
One question before, give you food for thought.
yeah,
Light Nantucket gray, if you don't want what Abby wants. I agree with both. Thank you.
well, so, yeah, he wants to do the dark blue so that it matches the sign that's there, John.
She's right on the ball.
Yeah, so you're okay with the dark blue, right?
Aye.
Okay, and, oh gosh, Val, you made that motion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're in favor of your motion.
Yes.
Okay, chair's in favor, motion carries. There you go, Tobias.
Hey,
Enjoy your awning.
Thank you so much.
All right, yeah, thanks. Okay, next up. Do we have Matt? Oh, yeah, we do have Matt. Okay.
Yeah. I can start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, your stuff's up.
All right, thank you. So this is the garage. It's for 78 Walwinnett, which you looked at the main house.
All right.
And yeah, I think we showed you some of the just perspectives of the garage and what role it plays in terms of the other structures. We provide as part of this submission all the site information that you or as a board had requested, specifically topography, grading, location of the house. So there's a decent amount of information there, but we tried to, you can actually zoom in on the PDFs if you get a chance, but we have scale figures and projected sight lines just to kind of demonstrate the lack of visibility. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to go out there to see the ridge poles. At the last meeting, the board had not requested them, so I don't think anybody really got a chance to go out there and look at it.
There was just one you could see and we just remember there was just one.
Yeah, correct. Right. It's always good to see it in person though. Can we actually stop on that slide, the site plan? I do think it's relevant just to get a sense of where this garage sits in relationship to the main house, in relationship to Fargo. Stephen, one other point I wanted to mention, at the last meeting, Stephen Welch had mentioned that when asked how far away the main house was from the road, I said 100 feet. On our site plan, the dimension showed it as 64 feet, but that was actually, the dimension is from the house to the actual property line, which is 64 feet, but to the road, Fargo, it's actually 100 feet.
Okay.
So you can see that the location of the garage, and again, the intention of the garage, or one of them, is to create a little bit of an outdoor, a definition of space, but again, protected and hidden from the road. And so essentially the backside of the garage is what faces Fargo Way. It's a shorter structure. I think that the ridge height is somewhere around the 25-foot range, but you can see its orientation. And so I just wanted to give you the lay of the land and where it sits in relationship to the rest of the structures, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
We can go on to the architecturals. That's great there. So you can see the east elevation is what faces the house. So that faces away from the road. The elevation that faces the road, again, we do plan to maintain as much vegetation between the road and the structure as possible, just for privacy's sake. And we want to, again, reiterate that this is a pretty secluded site, and we want to, maintain that. So, but if you were asking which elevation would be most visible, that would be the west elevation. And we intentionally tried to keep that fairly simple and sparse. There is a connection to the main house in terms of a second floor program use. And so on the north elevation, that's what faces the house. It's a simple pent roof with a one panel patio door. So.
Now, when you say connection, you mean a physical connection, right?
No, I apologize. There is no actual connected structure connecting them, but just more that there is some circulation connection that you want to be able to go from the main house to this structure. So just the pent roof.
Right. Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. We
All right.
kind of made a practice of putting in the scale graphic for everybody.
Yeah, that's helpful. Now, but could you also just tell me what's that ridge height thing there that I can't read?
Could you zoom in on that? Because the printout that I have are pretty small too. I want to say it's 25.
24/7.
24/7. Thank you.
7. Yep. Okay. All right. Thanks, Matt. I'm going to open it up to the board. Who's my first
I
one?
have a question.
Go ahead, Val.
At the very beginning, when we started looking at it, he had done some sort of a section.
Mm-hmm.
That's not on the thing we got that we can blow up on our own computers. Can we see that again? It went by really fast. I think it was a section through.
Yeah, I think the first.
That we don't have. Can we just look at that for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
Blow
Sure.
it up a little.
And Val, if you want, I can actually email them directly to everybody, just so you have the original PDFs if you want to zoom in. We try to provide a number of scales, if you will.
Yeah.
Hey,
if you
Matt.
zoom in on that one, you can actually see. I think that's pretty
It's
helpful.
just hard because you can't move it around yourself. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. No, I get it.
trying to just
Um,
get a feel. Holly, can you scroll down a little? Sorry.
So you can see that the actual site slopes down from Walwinet Road to the water. So it's essentially downhill as opposed to uphill. And there's a couple of, dips, but these are pretty accurate. We did have full topography done by the surveyor. So these are very accurate. The one thing I do think is worth pointing out, which is not so much relevant to this application, the garage itself, but if you scroll up, Holly, to the blown-up version, and if you can zoom in on like that pool area, because I think it's you can see that there is a level of fill. You can see the lighter gray. The hatch mark shows the existing topography, but towards the back of the house, we are proposing a 3-foot retaining wall, just because the grade kind of slopes off that edge. But as far as like fill and cut, that's probably the most telling. Again, not really relevant to the garage. The garage, because the topography slopes up in that direction, it's actually, I think, sits about 9 inches to a foot tall higher. The grade is. So. And again, I can email everybody these PDFs if that's okay.
Matt, to that point, the protocol should be send it to Kathy with the instructions to distribute it to the board members. So basically everything goes through Kathy.
Sure.
All right.
That's what we did. So.
Yep. Then it should have been online as well.
Oh, okay.
I sorry, I didn't see it before, so.
That's okay. There's a lot of stuff there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a lot.
So what we're looking, let's see, Val, that was a question of yours. Do you want to continue with any comments you might have on the garage application?
Maybe just one, and thanks, Matt, for all of that info. It's helpful.
Sure.
The west is what faces the road if we see anything.
Yeah.
Correct.
Fargo Way Road.
Right. Maybe just on that elevation to just separate those 3 windows, or take the middle one out or something, just to keep it super simple so it does really resemble somewhat of a barn.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
So, sorry, is this called a garage?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, so the design is beautiful. I like the fenestration. I don't mind the cupola. Looks like a ding dong bell, but I know it's not. I'm having trouble with the massiveness of everything, the scale. But it is what it is. So what am I gonna say? Reduce the size? I don't think I have a leg to stand on. So it's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Diane?
Well, I agree with Val about separating those 3 windows. What's up on the second floor, Matt?
It's a gym and a bathroom. And it could be, we designed it in a way where it could be a guest house on the second floor. Designed it as a flex space so that if it did need to be converted to a guest house, a 1-bedroom guest house on the second floor, all the plumbing and the layout is set up for that. But right now it's intended, it's a fairly open space with 1 full bath. And the idea is to, it's got a bunch of equipment there for physical therapy and and kind of a workout space. So, but again, idea is that down the road, if we do need to make a guest house, that this would be, the guest apartment, if you would be on the second floor. The first floor bays are for storage and vehicle storage and just general storage. We can't, one other thing is we don't have any, because the water table is so high, there's no basement space in this house. And so we do have to.
And the east elevation faces the house, right?
Correct.
Yes.
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 Okay, well, it is a big rectangle, but I guess if the east faces the house, it breaks it down a little bit. And it doesn't go over 25 feet.
Oh.
I'm with you. Aye.
Okay, thank you. John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think the design is fine up to one point, whereby the east elevation, what is the roof pitch on the gable in the center of the garage?
Yeah, it's not a 7, John. So I could make that a 7. I think it's actually it's between a 4 and a 5 pitch. I'm not sure it's even labeled, but it's definitely shallower, which is where I think you're.
Okay, I'll go to the second item.
That's very
Yeah, whereby to walk around the building, you think you have a 3-car garage, maybe with 1 or 2 apartments above it. But you take a hike, it should go. It's no part of this kind of architecture. It doesn't serve a purpose. It should be approved without it. Thank you.
Thanks. I think I got everyone. So I have just a few comments on this. I agree with John on the cupola thing for the same reason that I'm having objections to the sort of 3rd floor elements on the main house, which is the trees out there are mainly scrub oaks and cupolas. And I think that if this had light in it, you'd be able to see it above those trees. So I'm not in favor of the cupola. And also, with regard to the dormer on the west side, ordinarily what we're looking to do is have windows that are sort of evenly spaced. Right now, we've got these 3 windows that are concentrated in the middle with these dormer walls. That kind of goes against the whole point of having a dormer. So either the dormer gets smaller or the windows get more, one or the other. That's it for me. Should we have a motion on this one?
We could make a motion to hold for minor revisions.
Sounds good to me, Diane. Thank you. Val?
I'll go along with that motion.
Okay, great. Abby?
Aye.
Good. John?
Repeat the motion, please.
Motion is for some revisions, minor revisions.
Thank you.
Are you in favor, John?
I'm sorry?
Are you in favor of the motion?
Without cupola?
No, it's just for revisions, so the cupola might go
Okay,
away.
I got you. Okay,
All
yes.
right, you're in favor of, okay. And Diane, I can imagine you're in favor of your own motion?
Yep.
Okay, chair's in favor, motion carries. Great. On to Old South Wharf. Okay, Matt, we have your information here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is fairly simple. This is down on the wharf there, one of the NAR properties. They replaced some railings on some existing stairs to the second floor cottages. I think the site plan shows you where they are. That's the locus. And then I think the next one shows the two locations. Yeah, there you go. So they're existing stairs, and they basically replaced some rotting railing systems. When they did it, the inspector asked them if they could add some vertical balusters on the upper sections. So I'm going to try to do this. This may work, but right here, oh, sorry. If you stay on that slide,
Yep.
The vertical would be like right here. And they're not shown right now. So that's what the request is. So a lot of these stairs that have been replaced, they were replaced like kind. When the building inspector went out there, he said that he was a little bit concerned, not so much about these lower sections here and here because you're so close to the water, but the upper decks, he did ask if they could add vertical PT balusters on the inside of the rail at 4 inches on center.
Is there any for us to look at? Are they already done?
No, they didn't do it. They're waiting for your approval.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Holly.
So yes, this application did come in as a like kind in May, and after being after reviewing and actually being notified by the building inspector, who noticed that the work was already being done without HTC approval, gave me a little more understanding of what exactly was going on. So I didn't feel it was appropriate for staff to approve the like kind, and it needed you all's blessing to move forward. I did just want to mention that although some of the existing stairways, based on these were built in the 60s during Beinecke's era, some of them do not have the vertical balusters due to the age, but that shouldn't, in my humble opinion, I don't think that should outweigh the safety of the building code. And it also seems that over time, a lot of them have been adding that element. So I didn't see any issues, but.
Oh, thank you, Holly. And, to that point, there are certain things that the HCC is allowed to sort of override the building department requirements on. One of them is like energy, like we're allowed to do smaller joists so that it looks more historic. So we can take certain liberties, but one of them that we can't take is anything that concerns life safety. And this is a life safety code. They don't want children falling between those gaps in the railings. So, and of course, the balusters are the most traditional way to deal with that problem. And we see them all over. So yeah, I can see why he would have flagged this. So how about the rest of you guys? Should I pick somebody like Val?
I was just looking at it and thinking it's too bad because it's so simple,
Oh, listen,
buildings, but what about something like the metal cable in between or up and down or something?
They actually talked initially, Val, about adding additional horizontals to kind of get closer to that 4-inch on center. And I think that the inspector felt that might be kind of encouraging little kids to climb up on it. So,
well, I'm thinking up and down instead of a baluster. It's just a question is all, because then it wouldn't really show. It would still look like the old simple in back of the horizontals that are there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have I'm not sold on that. It was just a thought.
Mm-hmm.
I think they might be shiny, Val. You know, the
Okay.
thing about that cable railing is it is stainless steel.
Okay.
And like if the sun's hitting it at a particular angle, you see it. It's there.
Well, and now that I'm looking at this, they have so many mini splits and conduit anywhere. Who cares what the railing
Yeah,
looks
it's like-
like? I
Right.
mean, really.
Who cares?
Well, the other thing too, if I could point out, there are other instances where they have, there are vertical balusters and other structures in this area that not
Yeah.
all of them have been updated, but they are in certain areas.
Well, Holly pointed that out. Yeah, she said that as people start to transform this stuff, they're going with vertical balusters. Yes, true. Okay, so Val, you made a suggestion, but you're also, I think you sounded okay with the vertical balusters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And the
Diane, you in?
Yep, no, I thought of having the up and down and then having a cross piece, but that probably gets to be too busy. So I guess we're stuck with I'd rather see up and down, I guess, than going horizontally.
The horizontal members would have to be really close together. You're 4 inches is the maximum you're allowed to have.
Right. I don't know what would be better. Not worse looking.
Well, the thing to be said for what Matt is proposing right now is that we see this all over the place. It's at least a detail that we're all familiar with.
Right.
And it's all natural to weather, so
Yes.
it will disappear.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby? Do we have Abby?
The telephone went off. I'm fine with this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. John?
Yes, I have a comment. I walk a lot and mostly to Nantucket. And those that are there, those stairs, if you put in the verticals, and behind it is a horizontal board. Why don't you just, where they need it, only where there's horizontal boards going from one flight to another, going down or up or down. And they're more appropriate. I think this is both type you can use, but I think it's more economically to use those 1x5, whatever they are, in between your vertical ones. Like on the computer now. You don't need to up and down ones.
No, John, actually you do. So they already have the horizontal boards, but between the horizontal boards, I'm going to guess is probably like 1 foot of space. And that comes way short of meeting the building code. So what Jeff Morash is requiring is that the upper lengths of the stair meet the building code, which means that it has to be no more than 4 inches spaced apart. That's why Matt's proposing putting in the vertical balusters like that.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Did I get everyone other than myself?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So listen, I think I've made clear that I'm okay with this proposal. I think, life safety kind of trumps all the rest of this stuff. So can I have a motion on this?
Approve as submitted.
Okay, thank you, Val.
Thank you.
Abby,
Aye.
okay, thanks. Diane,
Aye.
very good. John,
Aye.
great. And Val, you in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Very good. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Very good. Okay, so now we are on to 24 Bartlett Farm Road.
I'm ready whenever you are, Mr. Chair.
We're just waiting for Holly to get it up. Oh, shed. Okay. So your application says it's Bartlett Road, but it's actually on Bartlett Farm, is that correct?
We've been looking at this, the big house.
Yeah, it should be Bartlett Farm Road.
Okay.
So-
Okay,
I guess we're looking at the pool first.
we are looking at the shed first.
Oh,
Well, no.
sorry.
Yeah, so this says new zoning shed 10 by 20. Natural white, okay. Zoning shed, okay, there it
Pretty
is.
helpful.
Bartlett Farm Road. Homet Pond Road. Oh, yeah, of course, right.
So it's just a zoning shed, general storage. Again, one of the things that this structure is intended to do is provide a little bit of privacy from Bartlett Farm Road. It's 10 by 20. It's under 14 feet tall. Colors are white, and this is relevant. And this, you're not going to see the house again until the next old business meeting, which is in 2-3 weeks. But one thing we did agree to do, or we haven't seen it, you haven't seen it yet, but we are, Mr. Chair, going to change the color to gray trim per the board.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, no, and it was a little bit of back and forth, but I knew that. So this application does say white trim, but this was a decision that we literally just finalized. So I would like to update the trim color to be gray.
Gray, friend. Do we have a particular gray in mind?
I like the Quaker gray myself, but
Okay, Quaker gray it is. All right, Val. Oh, so, excuse me for interrupting. The doors that we're looking at would be gray as well?
yes, and they
Okay.
face inside the property.
Right, okay. Val.
I don't have a problem with the shed in and of itself as a structure, but if we're requiring some major revisions to the house, is it wise to approve the shed now?
Well, we're talking about these sort of issues. I try and,
Were they really major revisions though?
It's too big. I thought
I'm sorry, I just respectfully disagree, Val. Really
okay,
do.
hang on, both of you. So what's on the table right now is a shed, okay? And a shed in a particular location. So I don't think that we necessarily, unless the shed was somehow tied in with the architecture of the house, which it's not, it's a freestanding structure. I think that it's sort of our duty to review it on its own merits, its own placement, and decide whether it's appropriate or not, regardless of what happens with the house. That's my own opinion.
I disagree. I think it's a composition of the whole site, but
Well,
that's just my opinion.
okay, but so you're in favor of holding it?
I'm not in favor of anything. You guys discuss it.
Oh, okay. Abby?
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Diane?
I don't see that it can go anywhere else at the moment. I don't know whether it's there to try and protect the pool from exposure or not.
It is.
I don't see what the size of the shed is.
It's 10 feet by 20 feet. And less than 14 feet high.
Hi. Well, I guess, I don't know what to say. If it fits in, it would be all okay.
Okay. John? Do you have comments on this shed?
I'm sorry?
You have comments on the shed?
No.
No. All right, well, I have no objection to the
Yes,
shed.
I can't see the sides of it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it for you. John would like to see the elevations. There you go. That's your shade.
Okay. What's the other two sides?
Mm,
North, east, south, and west.
mhm.
There.
South and west, okay. I just want to check the cross structure on the inside of the door. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. What are we going to do with this, folks? If I didn't say it already, I'm okay with this as designed, particularly with the gray trim. I appreciate that one. Can somebody give me a motion?
I'm assuming all of this is going behind a hedge.
Yes.
Oh,
Abby, would that be a requirement?
Yeah, I mean, we're about to look at the
There.
pool and then I'm thinking ahead to how are we going to make that private?
Well,
So-
okay, again, hang on, because
Yeah,
that the hedge thing is a discussion that we can have with respect to the pool.
well,
But unless you
yeah.
think that the hedge is required to screen this shed from the
right.
road, then it
So
doesn't
if
necessarily need to be tied
well,
into.
that brings me to my point that there's not there's no fenestration on
Yeah, on the back.
on whatchamacallit road.
Yep, correct.
So if there is, yeah, so there's a blank wall.
Mm.
I wouldn't mind even if there was a privet hedge right across that to see a little bit of one of those D windows there.
Mr. Chair, I could add 2 windows on that west elevation. I don't
I
disagree
think
with that.
you know, instead of showing a blank wall, I think it shows a sign of life.
Yep.
Sure, 100%. Yeah.
The applicant is willing to do that, so why don't we just do that? It would make it better. Okay, so let's see. Was that a motion, Abby?
It was a comment.
Okay,
You want me to make a motion?
I would love that. Thank you.
A motion to approve adding 2 windows to the west side of the shed.
Right. 2D windows.
2D as in David.
Correct. Okay, that's your motion?
Yes.
All right, very good. Diane,
aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
great. Val, where are you?
I have no comment.
Does that mean you're going to abstain?
Yeah,
Okay. And Abby, you're in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Okay, and the chair's in favor. So motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you.
I'm going to step out for 5 minutes, Mr. Chair.
You're so lucky. I'm
Well, we
waiting.
don't get our 7 o'clock break.
So
Yeah.
Ray, I also have something to say about this meeting. I've got terrible ADD and I can't concentrate very well, but
Yeah.
it's like there's this tapping noise that goes on that's really irritating.
I know.
And I don't know
I'm
where
trying to
it's
figure out
coming
where
from.
that's coming from. And I haven't been able to figure it out yet. And maybe Andrew or whomever is handling the video stuff, the
Yeah.
Zoom stuff, might be able to tell us. Or
Thank you, Ray.
yeah, I get you, Abby. Okay, so Val has stepped out, correct, for the next application?
Yes.
Okay, so and we have Jesse. Jesse, I'm so happy you're still here. We need you, man. Okay, so this is a pool application for the same piece of property. Matt, go.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's pretty straightforward. It's an in-ground pool with bluestone coping around it and an automatic pool cover. So it's just the pool itself. We probably will be back under a separate landscape application for fencing and maybe some patios, but right now it's just the pool.
Buddy, Matt, we're not going to approve a pool without knowing how it's screened.
Okay, so then why don't we hold the application then?
I think that would be wise because I know that the comments are going to be like, well, how do you screen it? How do you screen it? Because I don't think we've ever approved a pool that's like visible, without screening and so forth. And it has an automatic cover, so you don't need to have your fencing in this case. However, the fact that it's a corner lot, one of the roads being Bartlett Farm Road, I think that we should hold this until we get your landscape plan, so we have a good idea about the screening. Would that be fair?
100%.
Yeah, and I'll make that my motion, but I also think, I didn't know there was a pool going here. I'm the last person to think these things. But do you think we could, I mean, I'd like to have it on a view, just I myself am going to go view this because
I think that's a great idea.
I'm not absolutely sure. I think I know where this is, but I want to make sure about the pool.
Yeah, no, I think that's completely fine. So you want to make
Hold for
Can I?
the landscape and for a view.
okay, yeah. So Abby, I'm going to hold your motion just for a second because I know that Diane would like to say something.
Matt, in your drawings is Bartlett Farm Road, and then you have got the curve, and then you've got a line going on, which I'm not sure what it is, and then right behind that there is a long, thin rectangle. What is that?
That's actually the leaching field, Diane. So that's
Okay.
it's on a septic system. So they're pretty tight lots, especially because they're not on town sewer, town water. So that is the leaching field. That's all below ground.
Yeah, I know what a leaching field is. I just didn't know what that was, a drawing of one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
That's all. I just want
Okay.
to know what it
All
was.
right. So there is a motion on the table. Abby's motion is to hold this for the landscape plan to show screening and for a view. So now I'm going to poll the board. Diane, are you in favor of that motion?
Yes, but don't we have to, at which time we're going to approve or not approve the pool, right?
Yeah, but we're just, right now, we need to see the landscape plan with the screening, which we don't have. So the
Right.
motion is to see that plus to do a view.
Okay,
You're in favor of that?
yep.
Okay, good. Jesse,
In favor.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
okay. John,
Repeat that one more
the
time.
motion is to get a landscape plan that shows how the pool is going to be screened and view.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And chair's in favor, so motion carries.
Mr. Chair, just briefly too, on that same subject, the ridge poles, I think, went up today. So if anybody wants to view, and
I can do it all at once.
they're reflective of the lower height. We lowered the building even more. So just FYI.
Great. Okay, that's good to know, Matt. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to Jesse's project at 10A Gray Avenue, which is, I believe, where my daughters live. I'm going to need to recuse. So Diane, could you chair this? And is Val back? I just want to make sure we know who.
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, great. So there you go. That's the board. Go ahead, Diane. Thank you.
Okay, Jess, you want to give a description of what it is?
Sure. So there's a previously approved garage that was approved not too long ago, and this is 10 Gray Ave. The pool's behind the house with a spa, some patio area, and a grilling area as well. The one small window that is maybe considered viewable would be between the house and the garage, which we have a solid board cedar fence screening with a gate.
Okay. That's the picture on the very right is what it would look like.
Yes.
Okay. The size of the pool is what?
It's 16 by 32.
Okay. All right. So, Val, do you want to begin, please?
Yeah, give me a sec because I'm just looking at the plan right now on my computer. Hold on.
Abby?
Well, right off it looks like a nice tight design, so I don't, I usually, sort of hesitate on these kind of pools, but I think it's gonna be okay, so I'm okay with it.
All right. All right. John?
Yes, one question where it says garage to be built. And the pool is 18 by, I can't see it.
It's 18
32?
32.
Okay,
16 by 32.
I heard that.
Is that 32.9?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Val?
So I was just trying to orient myself to the law. I'm a little confused, sorry. It doesn't show the whole lot, right? Just the street is in front of the house.
Well, on the site plan, it shows the lot with I guess it's a owner's easement or right of way coming off of Gray Ave.
Yeah, okay. I think I'm okay with this.
It's a pretty tight little plan.
Yeah, it's a tight little site, but I don't know that we're gonna see it. And I like that you have the fence pushed back off the edge of the building, and I'm fine with this.
Okay. So, if
You need a
everybody,
motion?
yes,
Motion to approve.
all right, thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and me, that is 4. And so we're all good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay.
Next up is 35 Dartmouth Street, some metal roof shingles. Do we have somebody to represent that?
Yes.
I'm here. Paul, I'm the owner of East Coast Metal Roofing.
Okay,
How you doing?
good. How you doing?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think we need to see a sample up
I
close.
have- Yeah, I have one right in the background here of my of one that we did down in Old Kings Highway down in the Cape that we just did recently over in Barnstable, Mass. And I've got some other ones I've done in Old Kings Highway with historic.
I think what Val means is like a real sample.
Right.
Okay.
Just looking at it in the picture, because you did provide a picture, it looked okay, but for things that are atypical here, we usually ask for a sample
Yeah.
so that we can see it.
Yeah, the problem we've had is obviously COVID, so it's getting over there and actually, or I can mail samples if you.
I think that's a really great idea. Like if we want to expedite this, so as you can tell, there are 5 board members sitting on your application. And if you sent 5 samples over to Kathy at the HDC office, and then she would distribute them to us, and then we could actually see them and see how like light played off of them and things like that, things that are important to us. That's really the only way we're going to be able to approve something that we're not familiar with.
Yeah, the only issue I have with that is it's a sample. So you're talking about an individual shingle versus the complete, project on a home.
Okay. Well, it's, there's advantages and disadvantages to each.
Yeah,
So
so-
I'm looking at that picture behind you.
Yeah.
And saying, well, it looks just like a gray asphalt shingle.
Yep.
But I haven't seen it up close and in person to know how it behaves in the light. So.
Yeah, so it is a matte finish, and they are Energy Star rated. The advantage with ours, they are aluminum and they have a coating on them to protect them from the salt and sea
So
spray.
with all due respect,
Yep.
do you have a sample board that you can get we've seen like these boards that have 4 or 5 shingles on them, or, you know, 4 or
I
5.
do. Yes.
You
Yep.
do have that?
I
I
do.
think if he just does one and brings it to the office, we could make an appointment to run over there and
That's
somebody could.
exactly, yes, that's exactly what we need to do. So we would use your photographs in conjunction with seeing the sample board.
Sure.
Yes.
And you can always go to my website as well and look at drone videos. I know you want to see it in person.
You need to see the real deal. You
Yes,
know,
I
need to see
totally
the
get it.
actual thing.
Yep.
So
Any new material we request this.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
just because we're picking on you.
No, I know, I get it. I go through historic all the time and get them approved. Normally we're in person. We bring samples right in when we do the meeting and show you at the meeting. So.
Which would
Okay.
be great.
Yeah,
I
well,
know.
we don't have that option right now.
Yep.
So we're going to make a motion to hold this for a sample board from you.
That's
Okay.
my motion.
So Val has just made that motion. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John.
Repeat the motion, please.
Motion is that this gentleman will get us a sample board of these shingles so that we can see it at the office.
Yeah, okay. Where did I find a metal roof?
Well,
Yeah,
we need to see these shingles. They're shingles, John.
They're metal shingles, so they look like a shingled roof when they're installed,
Right.
instead of the like what you see on a farm.
Yeah.
Maybe we can put them on the next meeting and get a look at it early.
So John, the motion right now on the table is to have this gentleman provide us with a sample board that we can look at in the office. Are you in favor of the motion? John?
Aye. Aye.
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's see, who did I miss? Val, I think I missed you.
I'm in favor of my motion.
Okay, very good. And chair's in favor, motion carries. Thank you. We'll figure it out for you.
Thank
okay.
you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Next up is National Grid at 32 Bunker Road. Representative for that, do we have?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good.
Evening. Can folks hear me?
Yes, sort of.
I'm going to switch to a headset. That may help. I'll turn my video on. Good evening.
Hi.
Apologize. Can folks hear me? Okay.
Yep, much better. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. This is Josh Lee Smith. I am representing National Grid tonight.
Mhm.
Holly's scrolled through some of the materials that we submitted as part of our package.
You may
This is
wanna
a
back up, Holly. There we go. You know, get a locus and stuff like that.
Sure. So this site, yeah, Polly's got it right there. There's the locus.
Mhm.
This is in the commercial industrial district. And this is an existing maintenance operations site, as well as, if the members may recall, a couple of years ago in 2017 and then in 2018, the company had, in 2 phases, installed what's called a CTG combustion turbine generator, as well as a BESS or battery backup system at the site. The HGC did have jurisdiction over that, and you had reviewed the installations and some of the removals as part of that project. So tonight, what we're presenting is a much simpler project. This is a storage building. It's a metal building, approximately 1,800 square feet. So this here is a depiction of the existing conditions. You can see that sort of in 2 rectangles, sort of a T. That's the existing office and maintenance operations building. And then to the lower left is basically where the project site is to be located.
Okay.
And here, you can see the driveway is going to be expanded. All of the equipment that you saw on the previous slide is going to be removed. That had been approved as part of the phase 1, phase 2 CDG and BEST project. So all of that old equipment is going to be removed. And so you can see on the lower portion in the rear of the site is going to be this metal building. It's approximately 1,800 square feet in size and no more than 20 feet in height.
Okay, I want to make sure that I'm looking at the right thing. So this plan that Holly has in front of us right now has essentially 2 bubbled areas, a small one that says something about a gate, and then there's a much larger one below that that has a rectangular building down in the lower left-hand corner. Is that what we're
Right.
talking about?
Yes, that's
is.
correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. So that rectangular building in the rear on the lower right corner of that bubble is the proposed storage building.
Lower left corner.
Lower left corner, yes.
Yeah.
And the remainder of that bubble is bubbled for purposes of showing where the new paving is going to occur.
Which is the next application.
That's correct.
Okay,
And that,
so just so you know, folks, the bubbled area, we're actually reviewing 2 things here. One is going to be the driveway and the gate, and the other one, the one that we're reviewing right now, is this building, which is the rectangular thing you see. And there you go, where the pointer is right now.
yeah.
Okay.
And so, Holly, before you move on, if you could move it back up a little bit to show the front yard portion of the site. The other bubble, which is by the entryway, which shows those 4 parking spaces, that is bubbled for the purpose of focusing on the gate. So currently there's a rolling gate or a slide gate there now.
Sorry, I want you to stay focused right now on the building.
Okay.
The gate is the next application. So
Okay.
rather than confuse them, I just want to review the building right now. Okay?
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
And we had also submitted to Kathy a separate drawing that highlighted these areas, but if as long as it's clear to the board where that building is located, then I suppose we're okay.
So let's take a look at the building.
Yeah, so as part of our package, we had also submitted some photo simulations. And while we're scrolling through that, can I just make sure, Steve Holdgate is also with us today. Steve, can you just make your presence known? Okay, great.
Yep. Everybody can hear me?
Yep. There it is.
Here's an elevation of the building, all 4 sides. It's a metal building. We'll have a metal roof. It will not be a shingled building as compared to your previous applicant. And in terms of the color scheme, you'll see it in a moment from the visual sims. The colors the intent is to be consistent with the colors that are existing on the existing building that's there now.
And we'll see that color. I mean, obviously, if we approve it, well, we should be approving it now. Hey, Holly, can you hang on 1 second? I just wanted to point one thing out with respect to this. So this building ridge, just so you all know, is 20 feet high. So it's low. Okay, that was it. Now if we move along to the color. You can all see the context from this one, the gravel pits and everything. Okay. All right. Good. Site.
So this is existing conditions.
And that stuff's all moving, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
And you can see right there on that slide, the before and after.
Oh, cool. So this is a Photoshop image down the bottom.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah,
so this is the visual sim that's the building right there on the lower half of this slide. And above that, you can see as labeled some of the equipment that's going to be removed.
Okay. I think we get it.
Yeah, I can take a swing at this.
Yeah, go.
I mean, it is what it is. It's a utilitarian building. It's not very high. The only thing I ask is, you know, if you ever get around to landscaping, you know, it looks like something on the moon.
Yeah.
A little bit of vegetation would help this project a lot.
What about all those trees in the background?
Yeah, something like that. No, just something, you know, a little bit. Just
In the asphalt.
yeah, but as a utilitarian building, it's fine. It's in a site that's got same, you know, like kind around it, and I don't see a problem with it.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Diane, what do you think? Is Diane muted? Let's see.
Yes. I think she's that has the
Why do I
speaking
keep
noise.
getting mute?
You're-
Anyway, I appreciate the color that you're going to use, and that it's only 20 feet tall, and if they could always put barrels cut in half along the side and plant things in them, or plant things over the fence. But I think that it's really not an area that it's going to be more than less out there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Diane. Val.
This area is what it is. It's all fairly similar. I don't think they need to landscape. It's like, you know, the apocalypse out there, so it's fine.
Okay. John?
Yes, I have a question. Between the two of them, the existing conditions, everything is there is on board, am I correct?
Everything what?
Everything on board is correct, according to the photo.
That's correct.
That's Steve, John, that the generators and the fuel tank specifically. You see our old office building with the garage bays are going to remain. That office trailer that's in the picture now that you're looking at is already gone. And the pole. And then we're going to have equipment going back on site, but it's going to be, you know, transformers and poles and cross arms and utility power equipment that we use in the field for the utility business will be going on the site. That's what the site's going to be utilized as, storage.
Okay, can we roll that back one container back, roll the top up. A little bit more, please. Let me see what they got there. Now, yeah, go back down 2, please. That one right there, okay.
What do you want to see, John?
Yeah, go up one more time.
That?
No, the other one. We just had it there, was it?
Down here?
Buildings on it.
Trying to look here, I can zoom that in.
Over here in the left corner is where the picture was taken from. Yeah, you roll it a couple more. I want to see what's there. A little more, if you can. Keep going, please.
Oh.
You want to do it?
You got, John, do you have what you want?
No, we were scrolling for it now. It's a picture taken of its present condition, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a fully functioning site, so things do move. It's not a static site, so it's not exactly as Stephen mentioned. The trailer is gone, and there's maybe some equipment that has already been removed.
That's
generally,
right there.
Just hang on a second. What's your concern, John?
My concern is this, that up, the top one is already existing. Am I
Correct.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now that's gonna be all taken out.
They're moving, yeah, they're getting rid of all that stuff, John, to make way for this new building.
Okay, now where's the building going to be? Are you going to take this out of there or leave it there? This one here,
Which one are you referring to, John?
the one with the little, I guess, refrigerator on the outside here. The first one here.
Oh, that
Right.
tan colored one, that's like tan in color.
Is that going to disappear?
Oh, that's gonna stay.
Going to stay. All right, where's the new building going in relation to?
Oh, John, that's the new building. They did a Photoshop. That's, just to show you what it's going to look like.
This one here, the one on the left is the
Holly
new.
is circling it with her cursor right now.
I just want to understand it when I see it.
Yep, got it.
All right, you're right. Thank you. I appreciate
Okay.
it.
So, yeah, to quote Abby, it is what it is. I think the building is, not an unattractive building for what its function is. So I'm okay with this. Can somebody give me a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. So Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Yes, for the question, 35 Dartmouth Street.
What?
You also metal roof shingles.
yeah,
What happened to that?
we're
did
getting
it.
examples of that. But John, so there's a motion on the table right now to approve this gray building. Are you good with that?
Yes, I'm in favor. I just had
Okay,
a question. All right, that metal roof shingles.
He's gonna come back. He's coming back to us. Let's see, Val, you're in favor of your motion?
I am.
Okay, chair's in favor, motion carries. Okay, so now let's hear the hardscape and the gate.
so there's currently at the entryway, or one of the entrances, an existing rolling gate or a slide gate.
Mhm.
In order to allow for some additional parking right at that entryway, the company is proposing to replace that slide gate with a pivot gate.
Okay,
So while the gate is closed, it will look exactly the same as the existing sliding gate.
okay.
And yes, so here are the highlighted depictions that we had submitted.
Mhm.
We had supplemented our application with these. So as handwritten there, you can see the pivoting gate right at that entryway. And around that bubble shows 4 parking spaces that will be utilized as a result of that being a pivot gate as opposed to a slide gate.
Okay,
Visually, however, from the street, when it's closed, as I said, it's going to look exactly the same as what's there now.
okay, very good. I can't imagine any of you have any objections to just,
Motion to approve.
I'm gonna give that one to you, Val. I think
In harmony.
Okay, so Val has made a motion to approve this paving in this gate. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Is this number 19?
this is number 19. Yes, John.
Thank you. Aye.
Okay, great. Val, you're in favor of your motion.
I am.
The chair's in favor, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All
Hope
right,
to
later.
come to the island soon.
Thanks. 4 Hulbert Avenue.
What happened to number 20?
No, we're on that one now, John.
I'm sorry?
That's the one we're on right now. So
Thank you.
I think I might have seen Steve Cheney in the queue. I think I'm looking at him right now. Yeah, here he is. Okay, Steve's up.
Hi, guys and girls.
You on board?
Here.
Okay, great. Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay, so Stephen, can you just tell us what you're doing at 4 Hulbert?
Yes, by the way, it's Steve Cheney and Dave Knopf.
Thank you.
So just to refresh everybody's memories, it's 4 Hulbert, blue shutters. previously approved lift and renovation, and we're not asking for any changes to the existing appeal. This is strictly,
Existing approval.
sorry, did I say appeal?
You
Approval.
said appeal, unless you want us to appeal it for some reason.
No,
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 Don't do that.
no.
So you're not asking for any changes to the existing approval?
Correct,
Okay,
correct. This is simply an application to clarify the means and methods of our process.
okay, okay.
So specifically, if our specific goal here is to preserve the historic core of the building, which is a T-shaped building circa 1896, lift it, renovate it. What we're asking here is to rebuild the modern additions that came along at later dates identified on the first page of this applications. So if you take a look at the center, the black and white photo, it says photo of original structure circa 1896.
We're on a different page right now, so hang on one second.
Yeah, this is the very first G100.
There it is. Yep.
So that photo, Dave, where's that photo from?
So that photo's taken on Easton Street, much closer to town,
Mm-hmm.
looking, back towards Brant Point.
Over the swamp.
Yes.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
So if you can see in that photo, it's sort of, well, it was a T-shaped building originally, or at least in 1896 it was. And if you look at the photo that we've produced below of the existing conditions in plan view, you'll see in the green, that's the center section that was original to 1896.
Mm-hmm.
And then the red bubbled areas are the areas that we're applying to rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
And we've identified the years that those additions have been constructed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So 1980s, 1940s to 1960s, 1980s. Those are our years of the additions. So you're just looking to tear those pieces off and rebuild them as your approved elevations and plans show, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, so listen, I'll open up to the board. If you have any questions for Stephen, that's fine, or comments on the proposal, I'd like to hear them. Val, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my computer. I don't have a problem with this proposal at all.
Okay.
I appreciate saving the historic part of the building, and what Soph proposed was actually improvements to those areas anyway, with the different roof pitches and things. So I'm good with this.
Very good. Thank you. Diane.
I am too. It'll be good to see the house with the blue shutters maintained, and to remove the stuff in 1980 and put something back on that is more carefully done.
Mm-hmm. Well said. Abby.
I'm good with the proposed.
Okay. How about you, John? John?
I have no comment.
Okay. Chair's in favor of this as well, so I think we could move this to a motion if someone.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Very good. Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Chair's in favor. Motion carries. Okay, Stephen, you're good to go.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thanks. Night, night. Okay. Next up, we have 63 Old South Road. Oh, which I think this is something we've already reviewed, correct?
Yeah, they're just making a change.
Okay. All right. Hi.
Hi, thanks for taking the time to review my application again. I know that it's been reviewed once, but we have a problem with the roof. I did not know that the roof, it's a fireproof roof. That it
Oh,
cannot be
yeah.
cut through. So I'm proposing the wall, which at the beginning we talked about it, but I didn't present it, this option,
Yeah.
because I thought the roof was pretty straightforward. So
Okay.
I'm submitting this one.
All right. So the drawing shows the roof thing bubbled. Do we have something that shows it coming up? Oh, actually, is that the wall? I'm just looking at it from a different angle.
That's the one. I don't know. I know. I think that's the one. That's option one. No, that's the roof one. Option two is the one for the wall. So
Holly, can you scroll down a little bit more?
I think each picture shows you both options. If
Okay. Well, I'm curious to see what the wall option looks like when you're looking at it from the parking lot.
yes, you can scroll down. It's right there. The picture it's there.
There's this. Oh, there it is. There it is, folks. Okay.
And we did talk about this, that where it was going, this might have to happen. So
the fish market has, it's sort of similar.
Well,
we would
know.
be doing.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Thank you. So what do you say, guys?
I think it's okay. It is what it is. It's a utility of what she's doing. So I say, go for it.
Okay. Thank
What
you.
are you doing? What are you feeding us?
we're moving the Salvadorian mini market to that space, and we're gonna serve takeout Spanish food. So Spanish food, yeah.
Great.
Woo!
So let's see. Val, you're good. Abby.
I'm on board.
All right. Thank you. Diane.
Me too.
All right. How about you, John?
I'm in favor.
All right. I think we can have a motion then.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so.
Hang on. It hasn't passed yet.
Okay. Never mind.
It isn't over till it's over. Let's just see what people have to say about the motion. Abby.
Okay.
I'm in favor.
Oh, did you just make that motion?
I did.
No,
I thought so. Okay, so Abby's in favor of the motion.
Yeah.
Diane.
Aye.
Aye.
John, but okay, aye for John and Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. And Val, you're in favor of your motion?
I am.
And Ray's in favor of the motion. Motion carries. So now you're officially approved.
Thank you. Woo!
Ray, can I take like a 10-minute
Yeah,
break or
sure.
something?
Well, do we still have Jesse on board?
He's here somewhere.
Listen,
Yep.
he can, no matter what, but it would be nice if Jesse sat on it. Poor guy's,
I'm here.
Okay, great. So Jesse, you can sit on these three
Thank you, Jess.
174 Orange Street applications, okay? That was for you, Jesse. Say yes.
Yes, sorry.
Good with that? Okay, okay.
All right.
We're good.
So Ben here?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Tell us what you're doing.
So 174 Orange Street is the old Hayes property. And the
Lucille
land bank
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. So the land bank purchased this property
Wow.
maybe it was a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they're looking at this property as going to be their flagship park for the land bank. One day when the Odisons, when their land becomes available, the land bank will continue this park into the Odisons property and down into the creeks. But this really will be a show-stopping location for the the public to enjoy. Probably one of the best views across the harbor that's
it's pretty nice.
available.
Yep.
So we're here tonight just to look at a couple of the structures to be removed. But then we also will be coming back with the full master plan for the park. Chris Horiuchi is putting that plan together. And I'll be back to address what we'll be doing with the main house at that time. But we wanted to get a head start with these structures to be either hopefully moved off, but if need be, demolished. But we want to give the head start to that because we do want to provide that advertising and option to everybody,
Right.
so that we could potentially get them moved off and recycled.
Okay. So just tell us, the first one you have, or the first one we have in front of us is the garage. Just tell us the vintage and if you have photographs, etc.
Yep. Okay. See, the first one is the garage. It was built in 2004. Boy, I wish I could move it to my house because it's a real garage. So this is an open advertisement that this is a great little garage. I'm really hoping someone's going to take it. And it's only about 15 years old.
How old, what's the size?
I believe it's 18 by 22, something. The dimensions are on the application. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a great little garage.
Yeah.
Nice
But-
alpaca.
The request is for a demo move off. So it's possible that somebody won't be able to take it and therefore will be demolished. So,
Why though? You think because of the road?
any number of reasons. Like usually the thing with the garage is the fact that it's not sitting on framing. It's sitting on a
Right.
slab, which isn't going to go anywhere. So then they have to tie the whole thing together so it doesn't fall apart when they move it. So it's kind of a problem. But, look, I agree with everybody that this, pretty building, it would be great if somebody took it. But the application is for, I believe, a demo move off, correct, Ben?
Yep, that's right.
All right. Val?
I'm okay with it. I hope it's a move.
Right.
It's super cute.
Yep. Agree. But it's not architecturally significant or.
No, but I hate to waste
I
building.
know. I'm with you.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, Holly. Yes.
No, that's fine. I didn't really, these aren't historic. So I didn't really do a review on them per se for the commission. I'm glad to see that they're going to plan on doing something with the main house, which is historic. But I just wanted to annotate in the file. I see that these are nice photographs and all, but if this is going to be a proposed demo, I was under the impression that you all would want to have more than just photographs, but I could be wrong based on the age.
Well, my experience is that as long as you photograph the four sides of the building, which we do see here, that we were good to go. That's been my experience. In other words, I don't think that we've required people, except if it's like an old historic house, to draw it up and so forth. But to be honest, I bet you with the fact that it's that new, there's probably still drawings in the building department.
Absolutely.
And that's right. I just haven't been able to, well, now I can get to the building department, but when I submitted this, I could, and that's what I wanted to do, but I couldn't access those files.
Yeah. Yep.
Good, Ben. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you for that, Holly. Let's see, Val and
I'm good with it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't have Abby, so we have Jesse.
I'm good with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. John.
Just vote for all three of them or just one of them?
No, right at the moment, we're only doing the garage, the one that you see on the screen, and then we're going to do the
Right,
other.
okay, fine.
You're good. Okay, so can I have a motion? Okay,
Motion to approve as a move off, hopefully, but demo if necessary.
I think, did you mean to approve or motion to approve a move off demo?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Jesse.
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
It's over there for now.
Who did I forget? Who am I forgetting? Abby's off. I got Diane. Oh, Val.
I'm in favor of my
No, I
motion.
know, but I just have to ask. And so the chair's in favor, motion carries. Yeah, okay. There's one down. Let's look at the cottage now.
Yep, so the cottage was built at the same time as the garage, so 2004.
Got it.
Lucinda built it for the canine police officer, I believe.
Yep.
There for 15 years. And we're applying for the same thing, a move off or demo. You know, this building is very inefficiently built for the size. It's only 2 bedrooms, but it's quite a big footprint. And it's a really weird shapes placed together. It's not going to be an easy move, unfortunately. It's going to have to get cut up in quite a few pieces. But of course, we are hopeful that somebody will take it. But it's a difficult one. It's going to be a difficult move. Anyway, but we are going to advertise it, and we're going to hope for the best.
Yeah, kind of ramshackle.
A little bit, not the prettiest.
Okay. Comments from the board on this one?
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Maybe somebody will take some pieces of it, Ben.
Yeah, I've brought in two parties back there already, so people are looking at it.
So listen, I'm going to try and expedite this one just by saying, is there anybody that has any objections to this or comment? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Approve
Move off demo.
Okay, thank you. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Jesse.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
And chairs in favor, motion carries.
I just have a question for Ben.
Oh, go ahead.
Aside from that, do you have floor plans of it?
No, but the building department should, because it was only built 15 years ago, but I
Okay.
didn't measure it.
Okay, just curious. Okay, thank you.
Okay, but that motion did carry.
Yeah.
So now we're on to the pool cabana.
Motion to approve. How historic.
Yeah, so the cabana was probably built in the early 80s. I don't know the exact date. It's really not, it's not very well built, and it's not really holding up all that great. It's been abandoned for probably 5 years.
Do we have a
Maybe someone will take it with a move off or demo, but I looked at it for myself and I realized it would probably be less expensive for me to build it new than to move it and repair it. So
solar up on the roof?
Yeah, it's got some solar hot water up there. Yeah.
Yeah, the hydronic, right.
Yeah.
Does anybody, I think that Val had made a motion to approve the move off demo of this building.
I did.
Yeah, okay. So there is a motion on the table. John. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Sadly, yes.
Okay. Noted. Jesse?
Aye.
Okay. Val?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay. Ben, thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Much, and we'll be back with the rest of the package in a couple weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, now we're on to another MAT project at 69 Sparks Ave. Now, is Abby back with us, or what's the story there?
Is not.
Not yet.
All right,
Empty.
Jesse, can you hang in there for another
You're
application?
stuck with me, Ray.
Yay.
Man, oh boy. Okay, so this one is a new dwelling at 69 Sparks Ave. Let's see. Oh, is this Boys and Girls Club? Yeah, okay. So we've
I want to work there.
We've reviewed a bunch of housing for Boys and Girls Club, some of which you already see. Oh, that's so cute. Matt, are you on?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
So they named this after John?
They did.
Oh, that is great. Okay, see the loose way? John is, I believe, the chairman of the board of the Boys and Girls Club. He's a really great guy, and they named that little street after him.
Was
That's
that his last name?
John
Yes,
Lewis.
his
Yeah.
last name. Yep. And, he's not the chair, but he's been so
Very active.
incredible advocate and leader, and really kind of pushed a lot of these projects through. So so that's named after him.
Oh, that's really cool.
How lucky are we?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great.
So, Matt, you can just go through. I think a lot of these buildings that we're looking at on this plan are already there, right?
Yeah, there's probably one that's not there, and I can show you real quick. The site plan might be helpful just to get your the bearings about where we're at. So this building here is the one that's been recently completed. This was a pre-existing duplex on the site. This building is not here, but we eventually will be in with that design as well. So
okay.
So currently we're just here for this the hatched, the highlighted building. It's in the back of the property. You can see that the asphalt road and all the site improvements have been completed. So this structure sits at the back of the property. So we can go to the architecturals.
Okay, great. Mm-hmm.
So these are all duplexes. This structure actually has a tertiary dwelling in the basement. So it's actually a 3-family. It'll be sprinklered, but we obviously didn't want it to look like a 3-family. The buildings are modular construction. So we do have some limitations, but we generally keep the buildings fairly simple. We're trying to create somewhat of an architectural variety between the individual structures. The first structure that we put in there is a 1.5-story setback dormers with a continuous eave. This one we integrated a front farmers or front porch across the facade. So generally the details are fairly simple. The color scheme, Mr. Chair, is natural trim with a black sash.
Okay.
There is a walkout on the east elevation. And if you're familiar with the site, the Boys and Girls Club also owns, and it may be helpful, Holly, to go back to the site plan briefly, because it might be helpful just to give everyone the sense of orientation about where that walkout is. The topography actually slopes towards the northwest portion of the property right here. And if anybody's been familiar, the Boys and Girls Club owns this property as well.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've ever seen it, there's a pretty significant grade change between here and here. It's roughly about 6 to 8 feet. And the idea here was that for the tertiary dwelling, to get a third unit out of it, we actually have this stepped retaining wall here that takes advantage of the existing low topography here. So we'll have a little bit of grading to do here, but essentially this area is at grade roughly. It slopes down this way towards the fields, but just to give you a sense of context of where that walkout is, it's set back pretty far from the road, and we don't think there's going to be a high level of visibility. But
Hey, to that point, Matt, the garage that I'm looking at that's sitting right there, is that going to remain?
That will, Mr. Chair.
So it's going to block a lot of that stuff anyway.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
That's really all I have.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. Jesse, you want to start?
I will.
Okay. Thanks, Val.
Thanks, Matt. Does it have to be such a steep pitch? Number one. And if the main pitch has to stay, that's cool. But the dormers, could they be a little bit of a lesser pitch, and maybe the front porch have the broken back, which is a little more typical?
To answer your question, Val, yeah, we could definitely lower the pitch. I can't see any reason why we wouldn't. Yeah, I can look at lowering that pitch.
It just is very steep in that area. I don't recall too many others that are that steep. And I know on the existing building that's there, you have this little roof over your secondary door, but maybe this could be different, like with a little shed roof instead.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sure.
And then on the dormers, is there any way to make those, they're probably egress, right? So they have to do that.
On the backside,
If the pitch of the porch on the first floor sort of dropped down and there was like a broken situation there, maybe those windows could be just a slight bit bigger and double hung.
sure. Yeah, I mean, I think we could definitely change the pitch, and then by making the pitch shallower, you probably will get that broken roof line. We were trying to kind of go like a little bit of a salt box form, but if you
Yeah,
feel
I get it, but
but we could shrink it. I could shrink it. That shouldn't be an issue.
yeah. And the walkout is what it is. That's what's there. So for topography.
Right. And Mr. Chair and Val, can I just point out one other thing that's a small detail, but you'll notice on the, I guess the north elevation, I can't see the screen myself, but these units are, this unit in particular, the first floor unit is handicap accessible.
Okay.
Small detail, we actually have a 1 in 20 slope, so we don't need a ramp with rails. But just in case you're wondering about the grading on that elevation.
Oh, no, I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right, Diane.
Matt, on that north elevation, front elevation, and you don't need a ramp, do you have a fence or handlebar that goes in so somebody who is handicapped can get in?
The landing that we're planning to utilize does not require a railing because it's a 1 in 20 slope. And the
How do you get in if you're in a wheelchair?
It's a fully compliant, accessible entrance. It meets all the Massachusetts Architectural Access Board requirements as well as all ADA requirements.
Like the police department? I'm user. It becomes very difficult.
It's a good question. I mean, if you want
don't
to
think-
talk about it offline, I'd be happy to find out what portions of like the police department don't work or any of the regulations. Because happy to improve them. But
Okay,
this
the
is
front
fully
door
compliant.
doesn't work in the police department, this system though.
Mhm.
But anyway, it's just a thing that this island does not make a big stand about is a handicap entrance that you can really use instead of saying, well, this is compliant, so therefore, use it or
I'd be
don't go
happy
there.
happy to talk to you anytime offline and maybe even meet up with the local commission on disability because they actually review a lot of these applications fairly thoroughly, and any input that you have that would make these entrances more accessible, be happy to talk to you about.
Thank you, Matt.
I'll
Anything
try.
else?
Thank you.
Sorry, Diane. Anything else?
No, it's a sore spot right now.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Totally get it.
Jesse. You
You're
muted there, friend?
muted.
Yeah, let me unmute you.
Here I am.
There you are. Okay.
I'm sorry, can you scroll back up a little bit? Okay, thank you. And now could you go back to the elevations? I apologize. I can see it much better on the screen.
It's less than optimal, Jess. It's not just you.
The screen thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
You guys
know.
are doing good though.
I have it on my computer, so I just move it aside and look at it there.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
At this time, I have no comments. I mean, it's a large building, but it's a duplex, Matt? Is that what it is?
It's actually a triplex. There's
Yeah.
Triplex, yeah. So
there's a unit in the basement,
right on.
lower level. Yeah. That faces the playing fields at the Boys and Girls Club.
No, I have no comments at this time.
Okay, thanks. John?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's very hard to read this whole thing, but what's the height of the structure?
It's just done, I think it's 29.1.
What?
29.1.
Okay. The other one, we've lost our sight in second floors having 6 light windows instead of putting in double hungs. It's a lost thing. There's only 2 members that I know stick to it.
I just said that, double hung.
Yeah.
And we're gonna work on that, John.
Well, if we're gonna do something, we should do it for everybody, not just this one and that one and pick them out. What is this elevation we got there now? I can't see it.
That is the south.
That's south. Okay, that's towards the boys club. Okay.
That's actually towards the road, John. South elevation faces Sparks Avenue.
Right, but either way, it's visible. And
Yeah.
I'm assuming that the front door is the next with the right there with the porch. And that door should be changed to something else other than all that glass.
Okay,
That's up to the designer, up to Matthew.
sure.
Was that it, John?
No, that's my only comment there. Thank you.
Okay. So we've heard from Jesse, we've heard from Diane, we've heard from Val, we've heard from John. Basically, I've heard a few things, one of which was to reduce the roof pitch. I like that. John's idea about the door. So I have really nothing to add. I think that if you follow the comments that have been made, it's going to be fine. And Val's point about the steepness of the dormer roofs, I thought was very appropriate. So do you want to?
One more little. North elevation, can the dormer little small windows line up? They don't.
Can we see the north elevation?
Yeah, I could do that, Val.
Thank you.
So I know what.
See how they're just.
Oh, yeah, right. Yep. Good idea. Okay, so I think we're gonna hold this for some minor. Yeah.
Sure.
Is that your motion, Val?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Jesse? I'm just polling you on the motion. Oh, are you? I think you're muted again. Yeah.
Hi, sorry, guys.
No, it's okay. Okay.
Kids in the background.
All right. Diane? Okay. Thank you. John?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And Val, you're in favor of your motion?
I am.
Okay, and the chair is in favor of your motion, so the motion carries. Okay, that's that. Now, Lisa's still at her class, so what I'd like to do is hold 26 and 27. So I'm recusing from that. So Diane, if you could take a vote on moving those.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may, if you would like to move those over to Thursday, July 2nd. That's our next meeting to review.
Okay. Let's think. All right, fine. Could I have a motion saying that 26 and 27 will move to July 2nd?
I make that motion, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you. Do you, Abby, is she back?
Oh, Abby is back.
And, Val, are you?
Aye.
All right, Johnny,
Yes, yeah, it's number 27, right?
We're holding them, John, because Lisa's not there.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
All right, and
Yes, I'm in
is
favor.
Jesse still there?
Yep.
Jesse? Aye.
Yeah.
I'm aye, so that's everybody.
Okay, thank you. And then that means that we're moving now along to item number 28, which is 40 Jefferson. Is Elizabeth on board?
I don't see her in the waiting room.
No?
Make
Um,
the whole 28 for representation.
Okay,
So
that's,
moved, Madam Chair.
all right. Okay, so I'm polling the board on that one. So Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John?
Motion is to hold it.
Yep.
Yeah, for representation.
Thank you.
Okay, and chairs in favor, so the motion carries. On to a pool number 29 at 37 Milk Street. Do we have
God.
Luke or Carrie here?
Look like that is either. No,
You're kidding? No?
no.
Motion to hold for representation.
Wow, okay. Yeah, so Abby,
Aye.
John,
It's 40 Jefferson, right?
37 Milk Street is now being held for representation.
Okay, I keep my own notes.
No, I know, but you're in favor of that motion, right, John?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Now somebody wants to get into the meeting here. Let's see who that is. It might
Well,
be.
Chuck is, Chuck Lenhart.
Oh, that's who just came on? Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so let me continue with that motion. So I got John, I got Diane, were you in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Val, you were in favor?
Yes.
Abby's in favor?
Yes.
Chair in favor. Okay, so that means that 37 Milk Street is being held for rep. And now we're on to item 30, which is Karen. Am I doing this right?
He's not here either.
Oh
Do
my
we
God.
find out who the phone number is? They can ask to identify themselves.
Yeah, whoever's, hopefully.
Hi, Elizabeth O'Rourke. I'm on for the
Oh.
application. It came up faster than I thought.
Okay, Elizabeth O'Rourke is online.
Right, okay, so we're gonna go back to item number 28.
To open. Yeah, make a motion to open
Okay.
28.
Thanks, Diane.
Well, wait, do we need to hold 30 and 31 or no?
We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I thought we
maybe she'll come on while we're doing this one. Okay, so there is a motion to reopen number 28. So that was Diane's motion. Val?
Aye.
Yes. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. John? John?
Aye.
Thank you. And Diane, you're in favor of your motion?
Aye.
Yes, and chairs in favor. Okay, so let's let's review 40 Jefferson Ave. Elizabeth, you got to be on time.
Yes, I'm sorry. Just you skipped over a couple apps, so I had a...
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Okay. 40 Jefferson.
So, yeah, so it's basically there's a curb cut that's there now for 2 parking spaces, and we want to move the curb cut over 5 feet and put Belgian block. That's the application.
All
Can
right.
you see the existing
Seems
parking?
straightforward. Do we have photographs or anything of this house just to familiarize us?
Well, the house is not built yet.
Oh.
The foundation is poured, but they're gonna build the rest of it in the fall.
Aren't
It was
these
delayed
Matt
due to COVID.
McCaffrey ones that are side by side?
No, I don't think it was Matt. It was,
Wait, I see a little photograph over in the corner there.
No, that's,
Hey,
But there's a photo on the plan of the existing parking spaces there. And that's
okay.
it.
Wait,
That's what's there now. We would.
maybe this is the Matt McEachern house.
No, I
No.
don't think so. Do you?
All right. Okay. So do we have a locus plan for this?
It's on the other side of the street, I think.
It's just on top of the picture on the.
Okay.
So
If you
is it?
scroll up, scroll up.
No, Elizabeth, it's halfway covered over by all of our faces. So Holly, you need to move that image off. No, you need to move it to the left.
Bear with me.
Yep. Yeah, if you move it to the left, we see Cliffside Beach Club. We see Jefferson Avenue. So Elizabeth, it's not clear to me anyway, where
It's basically where the empty, the parking of the galley there. There's a little building in the corner.
the parking of the galley.
See the gray asphalt of the parking of the galley?
Yes.
Okay, so you see a little building on the corner, on the southeast corner? That's the neighbor, a little square. So
Okay.
we're the empty lot, that's just east of the parking of the galley.
Elizabeth, do you see Holly circling around there? That's the house?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Yeah. So that's the Matt McEachern house.
That's it.
I thought you said it wasn't.
No, I never said there wasn't.
Okay. All right. So this was the subdivided, it used to be an old garage and cottage.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
All you want to do is move the parking further south?
Yeah, just 5 feet over so that it lines up with the house,
Okay, so
the future house.
And make it Belgian block as opposed to shell.
Right. And that's because, they're going to require us to have at least 10 feet of pavement, so stone or brick. So then you're just left with 10 feet of shell. So that would kind of look silly to be half and half.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Holly,
Yes, sir.
did you do a review of this by any chance?
I did look at this. I didn't provide anything to you all. I apologize.
That's all right. I wanted to make sure we weren't skipping over you or anything.
No, but if this is the on Jefferson Avenue, which is paved,
Yes, it is paved.
that means they need an apron.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make that.
Well, so what Elizabeth is saying is we're going to need she will need the apron anyway. So they're going to do a Belgian block apron, and then they figured, well, it's going to have to go back far enough so that you wouldn't even you'd have like two materials. Right. Actually, you'd have three if you included the asphalt of the driveway. So the question, did you say something?
I did. I apologize.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Chair. I just wanted to mention that even with the shift in the driveway, the applicants would be required to go to DPW for their approval, and essentially they would want your approval for it. So
Okay.
just wanted to put that on record.
That makes sense. So I guess the operative question here is Elizabeth, I'm sorry, I have one more question for you. Is the Belgian block as the material, is that a change too, or just the location? Did we already approve the Belgian block?
Well, it was shell before, but it was, we always knew it was somewhat of a temporary situation because of all the construction.
I see. Okay. So the question is, the material, I guess. This will all be Belgian block. Okay.
Yeah. So
now that I understand, I'm going to send it around.
And just one more word on it. This is a joint property with 38 and 40, and 38 Jefferson has a very sort of block. So it's not a departure, for this relationship.
Okay.
Do you have a picture of that? I was down there today, but I didn't notice that.
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth?
Yep.
He asked you a question.
No,
What-
I just asked if you had given us a picture of that, because I was down there today and I don't recall, I didn't put two and two together and look at that, so.
Mhm. There's the other driveway on the left side. See, there's a pretty big expanse of Belgian block
Okay,
there.
so I believe the answer to the question is no, there is no photograph of that Belgian block.
Okay.
Right. I mean, I could provide it, but I think it's a fairly straightforward application. It's a parking for 2 people, and it's the Belgian block. So I think it should be easy to approve, but maybe I'm mistaken.
No, it's just if we had the picture, it would be a slam dunk, you know? I trust that the other one is what you say it is, and I don't have a problem with this.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, great. John?
Aye.
Well, wasn't a vote just yet. Are you okay with this parking area?
Yes.
Okay, good. We'll get back to it on a vote just in a second. So, and Diane? Diane muted?
Yeah.
Why does it keep getting muted?
Well, so Diane, you know, we're just asking if you're in favor of this parking area, just so we can put it to a vote.
Right, I've been listening to it the whole time.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
All right.
let's move it along. I'll make
I
a
know.
motion to approve.
Right. Okay. So Diane, or no, yeah, Diane.
Yes.
Okay. John.
Yes.
Okay. Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Ray's in favor. Motion carries. Okay. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much. Sorry to be late.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Now, do we have Karen on board, or Luke, for that matter?
We do have Karen.
What?
We have Karen.
I'm
Okay.
here. Yes.
John, we're on to item number 30 now.
30.
30.
87 Milk Street.
No, 1 Swayze Drive. Oh,
Do we have to
29
motion
is.
to go back to that?
What?
Do we have to make a official motion to go back to that?
No, it's in sequence.
Yeah, right.
We've already held 37.
Okay.
So,
We're on number 31. Am I right?
no, we're on 30, John.
30. 37
Yeah.
Milk Street. I thought we just held that.
No.
Okay, let's see what we have going on at 1 Swayze Drive
Yeah, all
for
right.
the main house. Karen, go.
Okay, so there's 2 applications here, and I'd ask if you can kind of consider them together because they're
All right.
part of the same system.
Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me, Ray?
You're very loud, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I hear other voices in the background. So
You're at the corner of Somerset and Swayze.
right, and so
Okay. Go ahead.
She's
Karen.
frozen.
oh
Karen?
Ray, they're talking about Belgian block. I didn't know.
Oh, she's watching YouTube at the same time. Mute.
Oh, is that what's going on?
Yes.
Oh, let me get that off.
You're live.
Okay, hold on. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so now I ask if you can consider both of these applications, 30 and 31 at the same time, because they're all part of the same system and they really can't be, he would not get what he needs for solar if only one was approved. It will be all black roofs. The one with the garage, which you can't see the garage in the overhead shot, because it's up now and the roof is on. That one will be visible from Somerset Road, but it covers the whole roof and it's black and all black panels, all black roof. The one on the main house will be in a shallow dormer on the back, and you can't see it from Swayze or Somerset.
Okay, so do we
That's
have
about
anything to look at? Thank you, Karen. Do we have anything to look at other than this? Okay, here we go.
So the first one is for the dormer on the main house.
Right, which is on the back.
Right, it faces away from the road.
Got it.
So I think that this is appropriate with regard to our, the
The guideline.
Look at this,
Yeah.
Val.
we did.
We did, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So you're, Val, simply put, you're okay with this one?
Yes.
Okay, and Abby?
Yeah, we looked at it together and I'm okay with it. And it's got all the criteria that we asked for.
Yeah.
Just the way we like it. How about you, Diane?
Yep, I'm with it.
All right, good. John?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Sounds good to me. Thank you, John. Val?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. And John, you're in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Good. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Now let's just spend a little time on the
Garage.
The garage. Yeah,
This is
garage.
much more visible.
Okay. So, and Karen said that.
Yeah.
Karen said that it would be visible from Somerset.
Yep.
So that was that photo. There we are. Oh, yes. Okay. So this photograph is taken from Somerset and it's going to go on that roof plane right there.
The roof it's on now and it's all black. If you drive up there and see it, and the array will cover the whole roof.
Are there any trees sort of in front of that building?
No, it's pretty much as you see it in that photo that's up on the screen now, except that the roof has been shingled and it's black shingles.
I appreciate the side to side and the black shingles. That's exactly what we'd like to see. Is there a possibility of just maybe one tree that would mitigate that view full on at some point?
Hey, Karen?
Yes.
Before you answer that, let's just go around and get the views of the rest of the board members so that you get the full picture, okay?
Yep.
So Val's suggestion is to mitigate it by putting a tree in the front yard. Abby, where are you on this?
I'm with the tree thing. This is way in your face.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Diane?
It's couldn't be more against what rules we have for solar panels.
Well,
It's
it could be more against, but it it could be going on a gray roof or something. But yeah, it's definitely very visible, Diane, no question.
And tree and the house next to it doesn't have a bush, not even a sweet autumn clematis bush. I think something has to be done. Why do we make rules that say you can't see it or some sort of protection? One tree isn't going to do it. A tree that would cover that is going to take 15 years to grow.
Okay. So you would be looking for something more substantial than just a tree in terms of screening.
Right. Or something. Yeah. Look at the property.
Yeah.
Most properties out there have got greenery growing. These two don't.
Yeah, I hear you. It's a valid point. Okay, thank you, Diane. John?
He'll approve it.
I don't think so.
Who said that?
John?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, so what's on?
Go ahead.
John? What's that?
What was the motion?
No.
No.
You're
So,
not listening.
John,
Yes.
right now, if you look on your screen, you're going to see a plywood framed garage. What Karen would like to do is cover that roof plane that you see with black solar panels. Now, this photograph that she submitted is taken from Somerset Road, and she is not questioning that this is going to be very visible from Somerset Road. So I'm just curious as to what your opinion of it is.
Okay, fine.
Really?
So Ray,
Yes,
to give to give Karen a chance, why
yes.
don't we hold for revisions that she can go back to her client, see if she can't.
Well, exactly. So, and I will just say, Karen, I'd be interested in having some rather heavy screening of this for just the same reasons that have already been brought up by the board member. Okay? So.
Can you give me specifics of what you would like so I can
We
tell
don't
him?
want to see the roof.
Yeah.
We don't want to see the panel.
Right, I do, well, that's what I mean, Diane. So I would suggest, screening with trees. Some sort of tree that isn't deciduous,
Oh, well, that would be an evergreen.
an evergreen,
Yeah.
in any case.
Well, yeah, I don't want to get specific about what type of vegetation, but the name of the game here is to provide screening of this roof as seen from Somerset Road.
Yeah, that's my motion.
Okay. So the motion on the table, Diane,
Yes.
okay?
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Yes, go get him, Karen.
We're asking for screening.
okay, Abby,
Aye.
okay, and chairs in favor of the motion carries. Okay, well, hopefully, Karen, we can get some vegetation in there, and that might do it for us. Thank you. Now moving along.
Thank you.
12 Lincoln Avenue.
Mr. Chair, it's 8:51. Do you think this will be our last?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, you know what? Can I just say one thing? It's just reciting the pool.
Yeah, it's
So
pretty
it's-
simple.
Matt, you know what I'm going to say.
What's that?
Every time you come up with something really complicated, you always go, oh, but it's going to be really simple. But let's review this. But all I'm going to say is, Chuck Lenhard, if you're listening, you're the next up, and we might be able to get to you. But anybody else on is going to have to get pushed, definitely. Chuck, you're a maybe. Everybody else is definitely not. Okay, so Matt, go. Simple
Thank
application.
you, Mr. Chair. If you look at the cover sheet, I think this slide right here is probably the best one.
Okay.
And you can just see that the pool is being shifted down. So the dashed line represents where it was, which was here. And it's literally just being shifted back this way because, as you recall, we flipped the pool per the neighbor's request and resited everything.
Right. So, Matt, we obviously approved the relocation of the cabana.
Correct.
Right, because it used to be on the other side.
And this is the most open side.
Yeah, why would you, I don't quite understand why that makes it better.
Well,
this is showing out a deference to the neighbor.
It could shift just like 10 feet and still be, instead of all the way to the setback, 5 foot.
if you recall, the old house was like here, and then we redesigned the house for the neighbor and also flipped the cabana. So this is just, where we left it. There's a little area in front of the cabana. And
I'm gonna cut to the chase on this one.
You can see it from the top.
when it was flipped, and for some reason I don't think I was on the cabana discussion, but when it was the other way, the pool was kind of 100% behind the guest house with respect to Capalm Road.
Mhm.
Now it's peeking out. So the
Yeah.
first question that I would have is, where's my screening? How am I screening it?
No, other side.
No, well, actually, you got visibility from Capalm, potential visibility from Lincoln, and I believe it was Val who pointed out that DeMarco's place, which is the house on the top there, he's got this big, wide, old open yard there that I think you could look across. I forget whether there's a hedge or something there, but I think screening, we would need to know more about the screening on this map.
Sure, Mr. Chair, if you want, we can hold the application. We actually do have a completely developed landscape plan from a really
I
talented
think that would
architect.
be essential to
That
our.
sounds
review.
fabulous.
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
I have a slight suggestion.
a slight one?
Yeah, just to, I don't know if it's good or bad, but what if you flip the spa to the other side, moved the whole thing back, put the spa on the,
Well, that's actually a good idea because then you have a little bit less big stuff over in that exposed area.
I think that the idea was that the spa tends to have like a little bit more activity in it. And so we wanted to locate it more centrally, whereas the kind of deep end of the pool, there's like less activity. So I think the screening plan, it's a fully developed landscape plan. It's got a lot of information. So happy to hold this and then resubmit it with that plan, Mr. Chair.
All right, I think that would be great, Matt. Okay,
how about
so
the spa goes on the inside of the property then?
what?
What if it gets flipped to one of the long sides, like the
Oh.
inside? And then you
Well,
can move it off the
you know,
property
listen,
line.
Abby, I think those are good recommendations and Matt's heard them. Matt's also said that he will provide us with a complete landscape plan so that we can review this thoroughly.
Okay, motion to hold for more information then.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane,
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
Val,
Hi, that sounds good.
thank you. John. John,
He's gone.
is he go? Oh, I bet he is gone. And, oh,
Abby?
Jesse, Jesse, have you been sitting on this? Oh, you're muted again, I think. Hold on.
Bueller?
Yes.
Bueller?
Okay, so Jesse, you sat in on this, right? Oh, you're muted again. What the hell? You there?
Yes.
Okay,
Just,
so Jesse, you're on this application. Thank you. And who made that motion?
I think I did.
Okay, Abby, are you in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Okay, and chairs in favor, motion carries. Do we have enough energy just to handle Chuck Lenhart, or you guys want to?
Whole house, just,
Oh, Jesus, are you kidding me?
What?
it's a whole house, a brand new house.
Oh,
So
it is?
is that fair to Chuck?
No, because I know I'm cranky.
Chuck, are you there?
Yeah, Chuck, are you on board? He might not even be here. He might have
I don't think so.
flyer.
Motion to hold
Yeah,
32 through 42 for the next meeting,
July 2nd,
July 2nd.
July 2nd.
Thursday.
Okay, that sounds great. Not all those in favor. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
aye.
thank you. Jesse, are you still with us?
Yes.
Thank you. Aye. And who made the motion again? I'm delirious.
Abby. No,
Me.
Val. Ugh.
Val, are you in favor of your motion?
I am.
And I just noticed Chuck Lenhart is waiting to enter.
Oh, crud.
Yeah, I know. Chairs in favor, so motion carries. Okay.
Sorry, Chuck.
Yeah, sorry, Chuck.
What about
All right.
minutes?
I was asked by Stephen to hold June 1st because he has some revisions.
Okay, cool.
Actually, Terry had mentioned to hold all of them. She knew that she would have some revisions from Stephen.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion to hold the minutes then.
Yeah. Aye.
Well, we don't even need to approve them, so we don't need to make a motion of any kind. We just won't do it. So other business is next HE joint meeting. Oh, yes, right. And just a reminder, if anybody has anything that they want to discuss, sort of policies type stuff, we can also tack it onto that meeting if you have any great ideas.
Mr. Chair, I need them by Thursday at 10.
Oh, right. Okay. So if anyone has anything, fine. If anyone doesn't, that will.
Kath, do you have a list of what you already have?
Well, there's really, there's the joint meeting with the Historic Commission. That's an hour and a half worth. We've earmarked an hour and a half. And then I had one thing, and Kathy, I frankly forget what the thing was
It
already.
was 81 Vestal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So,
Retainage.
yeah, I want to just bring up and sort of put a bow on that whole 81 Vestal controversy. So that's on there, but
That's probably enough.
that's
for now.
probably enough. Yeah. Probably.
Never enough, but it's enough.
Yeah. Okay. But if any of you feel like there's something important that should be discussed, please, by all means, let Kathy know before Thursday at noon and we can get it on there. Okay.
Don't forget town meeting on Thursday night.
What?
Town meeting on Thursday night.
This Thursday?
Thursday night,
This
at Wednesday.
Wow. Okay.
And Friday we have whatever it is.
What?
Vestal?
Yeah. No, fairgrounds.
No, that's not until July 10th, and I haven't
July
gotten
10th, yeah.
a confirmation from everybody back. So,
Oh, okay.
but yes, the July 10th is that
All
one.
right. Forget that.
Have we had enough for one night?
Yes,
Did you want to hear quickly about the advisory boards?
Oh, yeah. Just bring us up to speed.
They're
it's
meeting
Monday, right?
So signs met today. They're meeting weekly.
Mm-hmm.
And then starting on Monday, Historic Structures in Sconset will also meet. Right, Holly? So
yes,
we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, that's terrific news.
Yes.
Finally. Okay. Shall we adjourn?
Yes, please. Motion to adjourn.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it hanging in
Thank
there.
you.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Wait, I
Bye.
gotta don't go before I get the vote. No, I'm serious. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
Jesse,
Aye.
thank you. Abby, do we still have you or are you gone? I think Abby might be gone already, but we have a quorum. So chairs in favor. The motion carries. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Night,
you.
night.
Hi, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Holy cow. And all that. Come on.
Okay, well, here we go. I got a work call, so I gotta.
Yeah, okay, so we'll talk about everything tonight.
Yep. Okay. Thank NYPD has asked us to look into a possible obstruction, abandoned car, ransack, left with a pavement, probably not wrong. Wallet, keys were left in the car, which was registered